No reason.
I know, they don't have to be.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'd like to watch it.
Do I gavel us in when the time?
Yeah, it's in the script.
Okay, so I'm gonna go do one quick stop.
Okay, and I'm gonna add this live testimony.
It's done. Right. Oh, that was fun. So good afternoon. I'm Matt Fruman, Chair of the Subcommittee on Recreation and Community Affairs. Today is November 13th, 2024. We're meeting in person at the John A. Wilson Building, room 123, and virtually via Zoom. The time is now 1:01. Oh, no, it's 1 o'clock. So we are starting exactly on time. I'm very proud. This is my first hearing and I'm starting on time. So that's exciting. I'm calling to order this public roundtable of the subcommittee. Today we will be discussing Yeah, that is more than 20 points higher than the national average. DC is also consistently ranked as one of the fittest cities in America and has a wonderful culture of athletics, meaning our facilities are in extremely high demand. Today's roundtable is an opportunity to hear directly from stakeholders and community members as this subcommittee explores options to address the need for recreational field space. This is where if we had other council members who I believe will be dropping in, I would invite them to make an opening statement. But for now, let's proceed.
that are available. We're willing to partner in any way that we can to make those things happen with any organization in the city. But great to have partners here with me that we do work together on a lot of different things together. Thank you for your time.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Katrina.
Good afternoon. My name is Katrina Owens. I'm the Executive Director at DC Scores, a resident of Ward 4, a DC public school parent, and a soccer mom. DC Scores is celebrating 30 years of serving young people in the district through soccer, poetry, and service learning programming during the out-of-school time hours. Since our founding in 1994 at Marie Reed Elementary School, we have had strong partnerships with DC Public Schools, the charter schools, and Department of Parks and Recreation. Our programming and leagues are school-based. We are the school's team. We hire and train over 300 school day staff to lead our program after school, forming a deep connection between the out-of-school time to the school day. Today, we serve 3,500 kids across the district at 68 public schools. As a former DCPS teacher, former athlete, DC Scores coach, and now executive director, I know firsthand the power of athletics to help students find their voice and path. At DC Scores, we remove all barriers to participation by going where our kids are at their schools and providing everything they need to participate, including access to fields at their schools and in their neighborhoods. It's critical that young people have access to field space at their schools and neighborhoods during those out-of-school time hours. Our partnership with Department of Parks and Rec, DCPS, charter schools, Go Play, Events DC, other providers like DC Soccer Club, my other partners that are in this room. Certainly, we are working together to find ways to provide more opportunities for kids to play and to share access to facilities. We're also members of the Fight for Children Network. In our city, we're fortunate to have many great green spaces, outdoor green spaces for kids to play. But these spaces have a lot of usage, and maintaining our fields and facilities is a challenge. It is costly, it takes coordination and time. The upkeep and maintenance of the fields and facilities remains a large challenge for our city. Historical permits have ensured that programming can remain consistent support for young people in their neighborhoods, and it's critical for our programming and many other youth-serving organizations that families, schools, and kids can count on us year after year. We believe that working in collaboration is critical to ensuring kids have access to safe places to play right at their schools and in their neighborhoods. Thank you for your continued support for district youth. And I'm going to end quickly with a poem, as we always do, from the Turner Rockets in Ward 8. In Turner's hallways, laughter fills the air. As friends come together, we make a great pair. Teachers with smiles, they're here to guide, helping us learn and helping us glide. From math to science and reading with glee, Turner's the place where we all love to be. We explore the world both near and far. Like rockets, we're ready to learn and to spar. On the field or in the classroom, we give it our best. At Turner Elementary, we all pass the test. With teamwork and kindness, we'll always unite. Turner Rockets shining so bright. So here's to our school, so awesome and grand. In Southeast DC, we make a great stand. Turner Elementary, we're proud to be true. With rockets as our mascot, the sky's not the limit, it's just the view.
But you stuck the landing. Dennis? And is that right? Is that the correct pronunciation?
Thank you. So Dennis from.
Yeah.
All right. So Dennis from DCWA. So I just want to say my initials are DC and I love DC. So I just want to mention a few issues we've been having. So DCWA, we had over 4,000 kids that went through us last year. We have over 800 kids right now in our teams, rec and travel. So, and we have a few issues. I'm pretty sure everyone having the same issues. So obviously permitting. So DPR and DCPS, the system they have in place is very difficult and inconsistent. There's no process to get a camp space, like it's zero. You just have to call DPR and hope you can get it. DCPS is different again. So we usually just work with DCPS. Most of space, well, basically every single DPR field from Monday through Thursday is blocked. So you can't really apply for anything. So for years, we really didn't get any space from Monday through Thursday. So, which is, again, like, I cannot believe it's really happening. Access. So another issue is, well, indoor space, right? So obviously after COVID, Sundays, there's no Sundays for rec centers. GPR rec centers on Saturdays work 9 to 12, and they just, I mean, they've been very honest telling us that there's no indoor space for any outside of GPR programs on Saturdays or Sundays. So again, there's so much we could have done and can do on Saturdays and Sundays. Look, winter is basically 5 months. It's the biggest season, November through March. And another issue I want to mention is that we have about 50 to 70 middle and high schoolers helping us, assistants, junior coaches. And a couple of weeks ago, I saw one of our junior coach in handcuffs. And it shocked me because we're trying to help a lot of students. And on Saturdays and Sundays and Friday nights, where we can run programs, they're probably doing something but they shouldn't be. Like I'm like shaking right now because that's happening. Another issue is obviously security. So I can tell you we're losing a lot of good coaches because they just do not want to be in DC. So we have one coach, and he came from England 3 years ago. First practice, something stolen from him. Second practice, another attempt. He's like, you know what? I do not want to be here. So he's like, I'm moving to Virginia. So that's happening. That is happening. And again, sometimes you come, fields are closed. Marshals, you have to call them. Sometimes they come, sometimes they don't. Again, on the field, you can find anything on the field. Glass, drugs. And another issue is, again, like you come on the field and there's someone on the field doing whatever they want to do. And then we have, again, another issue is female coaches, or like, it's not really, but I had a lot of issues that coaches, they cannot, no one wants to go and tell those guys to leave. So again, security is a huge issue. There's some fields families refuse to go to, just absolutely. So we have to, find 2-3 coaches who will be there right before and after to just basically police the field. I mean, that's something what we shouldn't be doing, and our coach should be coaching the kids and not watching, for those situations. There's like so much I can mention, but I guess, well, indoor space. So with DCPS, it's another issue. Again, it's almost impossible to get any principal to sign indoor space. Apparently, they're not really getting any money back from DGS. And it's quite expensive because you have to pay for custodian, which is extra hour, goes to $47-49 an hour for custodian, plus security, that's another 40 something an hour, plus a rental fee. So you can pay about $120 to $150, $60 an hour for gym, where you can place how many? 10 kids for futsal, plus insurance, plus coaches. It's just impossible. It's just so, like, honestly, I'm not sure how we're supposed to be doing what we're supposed to be doing. There's so many issues, and they just hopefully will be fixed.
Well,
Thank you.
hopefully, thank you very much. And we'll get to some of these other things in questions, but really appreciate it. Mike?
Thanks, Mr. Furman, for putting this together. My name is Mike Warden. I'm president of PPA. We serve 4,000 families with soccer and basketball programs. I'm also chairman of Open Door Sports, a nonprofit dedicated to providing high quality sports programs at no cost to kids with special needs or financial challenges. Today, I'll focus my spiel on 2 themes: lack of field supply and issues with the field permitting system. So 1, field supply. I imagine this is not a surprise to anybody, but bottom line is, particularly in wards 2, 3, and 4, there's a lot more soccer players than there are fields, and the scarcity creates real issues for families in those communities. I do think some very low-hanging fruit solutions exist. And some of them have already been noted. There are certain fields where we could add lights and that would go a long ways. There are certain fields that could be upgraded via turf or just improving maintenance. And there are also a lot of communities and fields with field restrictions from, let's call them legacy neighborhood regulations. And I think that could be an area to make improvements with. We're prepared and eager to help on all those fronts. The second issue is that I think is really important to note today is the permitting system, I think, is really flawed. And particularly the guidelines by which the administrators of DPR and DGS are deciding who gets which permits. The guidelines were developed about 10 years ago. And I think the landscape of youth and adult sports leagues was different back then. And frankly, it's now outgrown the current guidelines. The problem with the guidelines is that they create gridlock. There's a heavy reliance on historical use. And I think there are merits to historical use, but without limits, this creates problems. Like I said, it's been 10 years since these guidelines have been implemented, and we can see these problems very obviously. They create monopolies, territorial monopolies, where certain organizations have rights to fields, and because of those guidelines, they'll never have to relinquish those fields forever. We believe that the permitting system should align more towards or be aligned with community use rather than legacy. And I think there's some simple solutions. The guidelines could adopt a measure which would limit any one organization from having more than 50% of the hours at a certain field. That would be a nice guardrail against these developing monopolies. And I think another very sensible measure that could be adopted would be asking organizations to submit rosters to illustrate that they are serving the local community. I think that makes a lot more sense than relying on who's had it before as a mechanism to figure out who gets it in the future. So either way, I think there's some good solutions at hand, and we're in a position to try to help as much as we can. Thanks.
Thank you very much. When you raised the guidelines that were created 10 years ago, guilty as charged, I led a task force back then to come up with recommendations. I'm not sure every single one of our recommendations were adopted, but I think the guidelines are shaped off of work that I did 10 years ago. And it's kind of back to the future to be here now thinking about how they might get refined. I think I'm going to go one by one, and some of the themes will be similar. I do, the part of the change, you're part of the change. You didn't exist, and so historic usage it adversely impacts maybe, Dennis and Mike, but that may benefit others, and you get into a balancing act there that I think is tricky. Historic use is one of the elements that goes into DPR's analysis when they're looking at groups at the same level. I think, to preview for Director Freeman, I probably will be asking, how does that balance happen? How does that work internally at DPR? But let's start, Greg, with you. My DC soccer used to be Stoddard soccer. I have two kids who played Stoddard soccer for many years, so obviously deeply fond of the organization. You said 10,000 participants in DC soccer. How many of those are DC residents?
99%.
And all of it operates inside of the district? Are you
Yes.
renting fields outside of the district at this
We
point?
almost did. A different issue, but we have in the past, but right now we're not renting anything outside the district.
And then, one of the things, and Mike raised it, and I think back 10 years ago when we looked at this was the idea of providing rosters, because a concern is that fields might be set aside and being used by kids from outside of the district when there's a real shortage for kids inside of the district. How difficult would it be for you to be providing rosters each season to show how many DC kids you're serving?
Easy.
Easy.
And in Fairfax, where I used to work, it was a requirement. Exactly Mike's point. We had to submit rosters with addresses and zip codes. And the interesting thing, if the kid didn't live in Fairfax County, they had to pay double. We had to pay double the rate for them to get on the field compared to the people that were in Fairfax County. So we've done this before. And that proves that you have X number of kids in these neighborhoods. We have a roster. We can show you that we have 1,771 kids in Ward 5 families. All right. And we have all that broken down. But the way technology is nowadays, we all do online registration. It's literally a couple of buttons to produce the sheet of paper that you would require.
Right, that's interesting. And talk about historic use. To what extent do you feel like you rely on historic use as a way of meeting the demand that you're experiencing?
I think the point was made that it allows some consistency for the families from year to year. We're very much based in neighborhoods. A lot of our rec teams are Stoddard. That's an elementary school. There's teams that are called Stoddard A, Stoddard B, Stoddard C. So they're very much related to those neighborhoods. Those kids that live in that neighborhood play at that school. And they've played there forever. You're second generation Washingtonian with you and your kids playing, but we have third generations that their kids have been in the same neighborhood for all those years that are playing on the same fields. There is crossover from ward to ward for some players. Not everybody who lives in Ward 1 plays in Ward 1 because we have so many teams that we have to spread out. And like I said, we have families from the 8 wards. But the historic part allows us planning. Can you imagine trying to come up with a metrics 3 times a year to house 400 teams? That's a lot. 45 to 50 fields, we have to figure out. So if we don't have any advanced planning, and it's just a little bit like the way DPR does it, as opposed to the old permit, where you find out a week after you put in whether or not, it's like winning the lottery. So I think we're all frustrated with some of the process of not knowing ahead of time exactly what fields you have. And it's all about planning for us and our families. If we have a week's notice to tell our families practice, that's been pretty generous the last couple of years. When we finally get all the field stuff done, a week notice, okay, we're going to start practicing at this point in time. And it's not finger pointing to anybody. It's just a behemoth. I mean, the work that DPR has to do, and even talking to the public schools, they are getting 55 phone calls a day for field space. And we're not the only ones doing it. Everybody in here, we're looking for the same thing. So historic permits are really important, but part of it is, but we have 5 fields that are historic permits that are unplayable. Nobody's using them. They're just dirt pots that are dangerous for kids to play at. So why do we keep having a historic permit where nobody's using it? You know, so I think my last point on that is there's a difference between parks, which we have great parks, and athletic facilities. And the athletic facilities that are being used the most are ones that have been updated with turf, modern turf, not with the rubber pellets that everybody's nervous about, and they have lights. The parks that are being used aren't being updated, and there's a reason for that. So I think that's where some of the stress is. That I do argue at times, people say there's not enough fields in DC. I think there's a lot of fields. There's just not enough time on those fields due to maintenance and lack of lights.
So when you look at it and you get a certain number of hours each season, do you get enough hours? Is it that you have to wait until very late, but you get enough hours? Or is there a shortage that you feel like I need 100 more hours a season, 1,000 more hours a season? Where are you in terms of ultimately your needs being met, even if it happens more slowly than you would hope? And how far short of what you think you need do you fall?
One of the reasons we have expanded where we're hosting practices is because we could get time in different parts of the city and take our population centers are, which is essentially Ward 1 through 5 is where we have most of our kids. But we've moved out. Now we're asking our parents to travel 45 minutes in DC traffic so they could get to a field with lights on it at night. So we're nowhere near what we need in the document that I shared with you. It has our permits and has place by place how many kids use it. We are oversaturated on every single field that we have all the time, except for the games on the weekends. You're only allowed to have so many kids play at the same time. But for practice, we're nowhere near close to what we need.
Okay, and then you made a reference to there are fields that you have historic use of and get a permit, but they're not usable. And we've seen testimony that's been submitted that refer to various places, but what places do you have in mind that are missed opportunities because of maintenance that could really make a real difference for you? Hurst.
Jumps right out. We had 2 sprained ankles, 4 or 5-year-old girls. Parents threatened that we're never going to play again. You get the idea there. So there's that liability that they don't associate when they're going to Hearst, that it's a community field. They're going to DC soccer practice. So we're responsible for that maintenance. The other one is Hardy. And sometimes it's as simple as just, can you get the lawnmower out there on time? The grass is up to my knees at times in the soil. So part of it is maintenance, but the biggest thing is, big example is the redoing Duke Ellington, full-size field. And it's been a mud bath for 2 years. They're going to spend $500,000 putting turf in? No, they're putting grass in. You know what it's going to look like in 2 years? Exactly the way it looks now, based on the history of what the maintenance is on the grass fields in the area. So I think that was a missed opportunity by the community, putting lights in there, which is great. But the field is going to be the same because there's not a schedule for maintenance of when people should be on, how to rotate. I mean, we've had these discussions of when we share space with each other, how can we do something different to make it work and have longer times on these fields that are overused?
All right, so going to stop there with you. This question of turf grass is radioactive right now, and there's a lot of conversation, and I think we're going to have a conversation about that. That's not going to be today, but I hear you. I want to believe that we could have grass fields that could succeed, but that's a conversation that's for, I see heads nodding, heads telling me no, but that's a conversation for, I think, for a different day. Katrina, your programs are school-based, and I guess I'm curious how the rental process works for you, and who you pay, and you probably have DCPS and charter schools that you're operating at. How does it work? Is the field donated to you? Do you have to pay for it? Help me understand.
So it depends. So in partnership with DC Public Schools, we're an out-of-school time partner. Our program is free to schools and free to kids. And so because we're an out-of-school time partner, it's free to us on those fields or the spaces that are connected to schools or inside school buildings. But we still have to apply for them through DGS, those spaces at DC Public Schools. With DPR, we apply like everybody else for permits. I believe we get a discounted rate because we work with kids inside the neighborhood and our program is free for our participants. But any DPR field, we're still applying for permits. Again, we're fortunate because we're after school, so mostly before 6 o'clock gives us more access, hopefully sometimes. Our big challenge is having fields for like middle school games on Fridays and having sufficient spaces in that way. But we still have to permit. And then Fields at RFK is a big facility. I think it's been a great facility for many of us in the city. But we also apply for that permit and pay for that permit as well.
You have to pay. Is it Events DC that's the renter?
Events DC and Chris, is the new Go Play. Their new name is Go Play.
And so, okay, and so what about when you're working with a charter school, and do they provide the field to you, or how does that work?
If a charter school has a green space that we can turn into a soccer field, we will. But they would provide that in partnership with us.
And then So on the DPR ones, you don't know whether you're going to get it or you're relying on historic use and that's how you can have a sense of confidence about your program for the coming year?
So we certainly work in partnership with DPR. There's some historical permits. Mostly though, we're applying like everybody else to try to get permitting for space. And those spaces would be spaces mostly that are not at schools. So many of our charter schools don't have fields close to them. So we would be trying to find practice space and game day space for them in partnership with the Department of Parks and Rec.
And you also pointed to maintenance as being a real challenge. And so how do you think, how can we improve maintenance? You get into a tricky situation where some things are DGS, some things are DPR, but you must have given some thought to if you could had a blank piece of paper, what you would do to try to ensure the best maintenance possible.
I think we actually need like a whole plan on how, when we invest in a field, what is the maintenance plan? What is the cost for that for the next 10 years? And I don't think that we've done that. I mean, we have amazing facilities in our city, but I think we're thinking about how do we fix that? How do we make it look good? But how do we actually ensure that we have the money in order to maintain it and prioritize that? And I just don't know that we've taken enough time to do that. It's a massive, massive undertaking for DGS. I mean, they're fixing school buildings when there's an air conditioner going out, and they're also mowing a field and fixing the turf. So how do we prioritize that? How do we ensure there's funding there to make sure that there's a plan and rotation for routine maintenance, but also large maintenance when things go wrong?
I mean, I'm struck that DGS used to be OPEFM was the biggest construction company in the region. And now it's the biggest maintenance company in the region. And we're transitioning. We have not gotten that right. I mean, I think that there is really an effort. When you read Ready to Play, some of these capacity issues, some of these maintenance issues, it's all there. Everybody's trying to work on it together. And I hope this can be a piece of that. Both of you referred to historic use from one perspective, and now I'm going to move across the table where the perspective is different, and it's a challenge. I mean, I hope everybody recognizes that the predictability of the programs that served my children is important, but then you have these newcomers on a dynamic landscape who are adversely affected by it. Dennis, I'm less familiar with your programs. I guess I'm assuming they're soccer programs.
Yeah, well, right now, yeah, the soccer program, yeah. So we just like, obviously COVID changed everything. So I know PPA is growing like no one else. So we also grown so much after COVID. So, and we don't really have any historical permits. So that's why we always have issues with DPR. I want to say DCP has been actually amazing, helping us with space. But again, a lot of their fields have no lights. Like there's some amazing, beautiful fields, like even like Amidon, Small Chore Field, Elliott Hine, but they cannot be used because there's no lights.
And so lights
Lights
is
is
one
issue.
of those things
Oh,
that
yeah.
is a high priority for you. You're 4,000 kids last year and 800.
Yeah,
Help me
because we
understand.
run so much. Again, we have our own league. We have again rec program. We do skills and camps every time school is off. So that's why, like I mentioned, there's no system for DPR to get any field during those no school days. And a lot of families, we had, I don't know, like 400 kids last no day camp day. And thankfully we have some relationship with schools, or we go to, again, like a private organizations. Like, I mean, we also use RFK fields, and again, we submit rosters there and we love it. So again, like I think they making that very fair. So maybe DPR can, I want to mention another problem. So what I think DPR can do, like to break one field into two and give maybe two organizations to use that space. Because let's say I have preschoolers, I have kids from 3 to 5. On half of the field, I can put maybe 100 kids. So, and again, it's 300 kids from 5 to 8, right? So instead of having like maybe, again, 2 teams of 11v11. So, yeah.
Okay, so just, you mentioned rosters. For you, it would be easy to generate rosters.
Absolutely, yeah. And I was going to bring it actually today, but
So that's okay. And is there area of the city that you're serving?
Capitol Hill.
Capitol Hill.
Yeah.
All,
Capitol Hill, so it's again, it's 5, 6, 7, 8, so it's around. So again, we're on the northeast. Yeah, we're not really in northwest. Again, it's northeast, southeast, southwest.
so, and fields at RFK actually can be a great resource for you if you're serving in that community.
So yeah, we're using those fields, like that's our main, basically field.
And I'll just say, you know, you made the reference to indoor space and the
Yeah.
fact that that more and more schools are not opening up to provide indoor space or to enter into the camp agreements. And part of that is it's not clear there's anything in it for the school.
Yes,
And
exactly.
we actually have tried to do something about that through legislation over the years, but in the end, not much gets there. And so it has, I think that's a separate thing that we need to focus on. How to make it so that the schools have an incentive to open up, but also so that you're not just benefiting the schools that have the capacity, because Katrina, you're working with schools that you're not paying them. They're they could be foregoing rental income, but they're doing a good thing. We don't want them to be adversely affected.
But they can't actually rent it out until 6 o'clock. So we're utilizing it during the after-school hours.
I see.
And so it's not a possibility to be renting it out in that way.
I see.
Mhm.
Okay, good. All right. Well, getting so that we can open up more places, I mean, near me at Jackson Reed and at Murch, I mean, it's just one camp out on top of another that's happening there, and it's good for everybody. And trying to get to where more places are opened up for the kinds of things that you're doing, I think is a goal for me. Mike, in the security, before I move off, Dennis, because you raised security, what do you want to see? I mean, you're concerned about security, but what is
Well,
it?
I want, again, sometimes you come to, again, sometimes fields can be just locked. You have to go and find someone to open those fields up. So again, that's the issue. It happens like constantly. And again, I feel like, again, sometimes even marshals come on the field and they're really afraid to do anything. They sometimes wait and like, oh, I guess we gotta call police. So, or you go to rec centers asking them, hey, like, are you gonna make sure we step on the field on time? There's like few of those people look into you like, really? You want us to do something? So I just want them to do what they're supposed to do.
All right, thank you. Mike, I'll turn to you. We've had lots of conversations about historic use and you see it in a different way, but I am curious because I do think it's not that historic use can go out the window. It's that there has to be some kind of a balance. How would you get at a balance of historic use and space for newcomers like yourself?
Yeah, it's tricky. Again, I think go back to first principles, aim to align permits with community use. So if somebody can show that they're serving the community, then I think they should have a chance to at least have access to historical use. The historical use thing is tricky also because, well, like Greg said, can you imagine serving all these teams and not being able to know your schedule in advance? How are you going to do that? Well, that's what we do because we don't have access to historical use. And I wish we had what they had in terms of historical use. So I can't blame him for advocating for keeping it. But I think the reality is that when you read the guidelines, and by the way, I knew that you had put the recommendation, I read the whole thing, and I think there was a lot of progress that was made, particularly with the fact that it used to be paper that people were submitting in to get their permits, and now it's all electronic. So certainly a lot of progress. But when it comes to the actual historical use parts of the guidelines, it's actually pretty vague. And when you talk to the administrators, okay, well, how do I get historical use? There's not a lot of clarity. And I think the reality is they're not going to give all the fields out for historical use, so they need to keep some online for people to request. Most of the historical use, whatever like percentage of permits they're thinking they're going to keep for historical use, they've probably already given. So they're not really opening up new windows for new people to come in and get historical use. They have a lot. and they're not ever going to give up what they have. I mean, clearly. So, you're left with this doom loop where the same groups are always going to have historical use, and there's no mechanism to get into it. So you ask the question, okay, well, how can we find a balance? Again, I think perhaps the mechanism of no group can get more than 50% at a particular field, to me, makes sense. You see that in other jurisdictions. They have something like that in Montgomery County. And then I think probably there needs to be some way to periodically reassess how the historical use is getting distributed. Maybe every 3 years, maybe every 5 years, but go back to the raw, say, okay, at this point now, we need to redistribute the historical use permits to realign with community use.
I hear you. I mean, one of the things that's tricky in this space is that a group like DC Soccer, and I see John McCarthy from Home Run Baseball, may invest over the years a lot of money in maintaining the fields. And so it isn't that it becomes their field, but there is a stake there. So, and we want to encourage, I think, that kind of investment. So I do think that I totally hear you, and I particularly hear you on the capacity issues and the capacity that's left on the table because there's not lights or because of legacy restrictions. Grappling with how to fit historic use and how to accommodate the reality of investment, I think, is tricky, but it's good that you're out there pushing on it.
Yeah, and if I could, I mean, I would just say, like I've said, I also understand the merits of historical use. I just think that right now they are left unlimited. There's no guardrails against what the current situation is, which is that there are going to be incumbent organizations that, unless the guidelines are changed, will forever hold those spaces. And I think that's the part that's tough for me to wrap my head around. And the area I recommend that we take another look at is there some sensible guidelines we could push around the historical use instead of just letting it kind of sit as it is?
All right. Well, thank you very much. Two last questions for you. How many kids do you serve and how many of them are DC residents?
Yeah, so I do think that's an important question because when you ask that question, there's a lot of ways you could say how many players you serve. In a given season, there'll be a number of players, and then you could add up every season, sometimes the same families. So sometimes you'll hear from different organizations, we serve X amount of players, but sometimes they're not always they're apples and
Unique
oranges.
players.
Yes. And so I'll put that out there. Over the course of the year, roughly 4,000 unique families, players. I would say about half of them are DC and half of them are Maryland. And we've gotten flack for having kids in Maryland, which I've always found to be bizarre, as if somehow the fact that there are teams that we serve in Chevy Chase, which is across some arbitrary DC line, means that the teams that we have in DC shouldn't have access to fields in DC. Yeah.
All right. Well, and how difficult would it be for you to generate rosters that could be used in the permitting process?
Easy. And we do it in Montgomery County, they require this. This is common in other jurisdictions. Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, this is a panel. I don't know if it's unique families, but I think we're getting towards 20,000 kids served by representatives of this panel, and that's a lot. And I wanted to take a generous amount of time to hear from you and to go over these things. For those who are further down on the witness list, it won't be as slow as this at every step along the way, but I really, really appreciate you coming out and testifying, and thank you very much. And let's work together to try to make it as good as we can. Okay, so Keith Bullock from Marshall Heights Youth Football. Gregory Evelli, Rodney Cephas, Kenyona McDuffie from the Watkins Hornets. Okay, so Tyson Clower. Oh, who is? Tyson online? Okay, let's keep going until we fill Tudor Stanisiu. Great. All right, welcome everybody. So let's start with Keith Bullock from the Marshall Heights Youth Football.
Am I clear?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fabulous.
Coach Keith Bullock with the Marshall Heights Bison Youth Football Organization. We're located in Ward 7. I'm also the vice president of the new founded CYAC Youth Football League that's located in Washington, D.C. Listening to the previous people speaking, they talk a lot about practice field. I am fortunate enough to secure a nice facility at Kelly Miller Middle School, but it's DPR for practice. The biggest issue we have in regards to youth football is access to DC public schools fields during the weekend to participate in the games. And the issue is, of course, securing the fields. Not a manipulation, but it's tough just to submit it in. You don't have time for the season to submit it in to get dates, you know, that you would probably need for your team, because the way it gets submitted in, then it's like a threefold before they can tell you you do have the field, which becomes an issue with the league in regards to scheduling. And the biggest issue is once they are secured is the cost. We're a nonprofit program. All our kids are from Ward 7, and you're talking about a fee anywhere as low as maybe $4,600 to about $6,200 just to acquire a field on a Saturday. And yes, I see the frame. We have the billing and everything for it. And most of it comes from, it's not the actual field cost, security that's needed, it's the engineering that's needed. And we've tried to, I guess, we've tried to cut that cost by requesting MPD, the district that we're in, to support us with security. But when you get a DCPS school, it has to be aligned with the security it's on, you know, like according to the fans, that's how many security people you get from DCPS. So that's been our biggest issue. And then it's only certain fields that DCPS that will approve you for games. We have been very, very successful in securing HD Woodson. They've always been open and welcome to us. But the biggest issue is every year we have to find outside entities to help us support, you know, to pay for the field. So that's our biggest issue. It's not, we have our fields in our area for practice, but Kelly Miller Middle School has been very welcoming, you know, to us. We also have, I think it's Houston Elementary that has turf, Deanwood that has turf, even Marvin Gaye, but it doesn't have turf, and that becomes difficult when you're putting, we service anywhere on a daily basis when we practice 150 to 200 kids ages 4 to 15. Some of them, it's actually 4 to 14, but the date is allowed before August 1st, so some of them are 15. But that's our biggest issue.
Thank you. Gregory Evely.
As Coach Bullock said, I'm a 30-year veteran with MPD, as well as a coach with Marshall Heights, and I'm a board member of the CYAC. So we have to put in permits just like everybody else. No permits, no fields are given. I'm the one who applied for the permits for Marshall Heights. Every season when it's permit window, we have to apply for the permits. And just like he said, to play a game at HD Woodson, it costs us $5,000 a week. Being a nonprofit organization, we really can't afford to constantly pay $5,000 a week to have a game at HD Woodson. Even this year, what we encountered at Kelly Miller, the DPR owns Kelly Miller. The school owns the parking lot. They wanted us to pay $10,000 to park at the parking lot. So MPD does not provide any extra security, even though I'm one of the coaches and coach the 7U team at Marshall Heights. We had to apply for MPD to be there just like anybody else. So nothing is given to us. We had to apply for everything just like all the rest of the DC residents. But as he says, it's never enough space with lights for our kids to practice, which all of our kids are from our area, which we do have rosters and everything else that we can provide to say our kids are from that particular area that we apply for permits for. So we have to go in the system and apply when a season is open, just like everybody else. And yes, they give it to us or we don't get it. So I guess.
Okay, thank you. Rodney?
Good afternoon. My name is Rodney Cephas, Director of Athletics and Mentoring at Beacon House. Beacon House has been in the Edgewood Terrace Ward 5 community for 33 years, serving children from ages 5 to, I would say, 20, 21 years old. For us, the biggest issue is using the high school facilities to play our games on, like how my two coaches over here. For us to just have 4 home games, we're spending $22,000 a year for a nonprofit organization where we don't charge kids to participate really in our programs. It's very hard to come up with that money to play at these high school fields. I am a organization that has probably been grandfathered in because of our longevity in the community. And I do share the fields with Amir and several soccer groups, which I can sit in here say that we do have a excellent working relationship as we share the field at Edgewood. My biggest concern is that a lot of these high school facilities that are not being used on weekends, if not just for football, but for soccer, if we can get those fields at a low cost, but at that $6,000 times 4, it's extremely hard for nonprofit organizations to come up with that money, and we have to pay that before we use the field. So my ask is that we really look at that and look at the cost and see how we can help out these nonprofit organizations in using the high school facilities. Um, DPR facilities is very, very nice. Um, no problems there, but it's just the high school facilities where we can use it throughout the youth uh, to make the leagues better, the games better, and it saves us some costs because we all work with DC children in providing a safe, structured program for them.
Thank you very much. Tyson?
Yes, I'm here online. Thank you very much for having me. So my name is Tyson Clare, native Washingtonian, born right here on the campus of Howard University. I am a former player at the professional level and a published anthropologist of the game. And I'm here in support of, I may repeat some of the things that Greg said earlier because the audio wasn't working very well at the beginning. But what I want to focus here are on some key things that Greg brought up were regarding accessibility, our vision as a club, our ability to collaborate and our proven track record there, as well as the system for that has been mentioned repeatedly today about the use of the fields and how we get to have access to them. DC Soccer Club aligns with the bigger picture of the game here in the United States. We know the 2026 World Cup is coming up, and the U.S. Soccer Federation has recognized that there's a socioeconomic problem with the game in our country. And one thing I'm very proud of as a native Washingtonian and being aligned with DC Soccer Club is that we extend our programming beyond the wards that can afford. And when I say the wards that can afford, I'm talking about Ward 3, for example, that are on the left side, on the west side of Rock Creek Park. And, in line with that bigger picture, the U.S. Soccer Federation understands that in order for us to be the best version of ourselves, we need to embrace everybody and improve the talent pool that way. So when we talk about the amount of families and players that we have in wards 5, 6, 7, 8, wards 1, That's something I'm really proud of in areas that we're looking to grow and provide more accessibility and partner with other teams and other clubs to really build those areas up and give those kids the opportunity to play a sport that has proven to be incredibly beneficial. You can look at studies from the World Health Organization, from FIFA, International Olympic Committee, that talk about all the benefits of that for kids long term. And again, going back to the allocation of time and space, we just want to see a really efficient use of the fields. As we mentioned, there's some really large numbers that take up a lot of these fields at one given time. And, we want to be able to have an efficient allocation of them, efficient use of them. Accountability, percentage of DC residents is a big thing. And, this is DC, and these fields should be primarily for DC players, for people from DC. If you're extending into other areas, then I understand you're probably working with those areas in order to make things happen for your members. But again, I just want to reiterate I just wanted to focus on those key areas that were mentioned by Greg, as well as during my time here. Thank you very much for having me, and I really appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you. Tudor?
Yes, can you hear me? Yep. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tudor Stancho. I'm the Director of Soccer Operations at Washington Capital United. Over the years, since 2007, since we have been established, we served roughly about 7,000 DC residents, and we currently have about 300 players in the club. DC United, this Washington Capital United is a nonprofit organization established in 2007. Our mission is to bring professional coaching to all committed players to develop their technical capability, their understanding, their love of the game, and their sportsmanship, to utilize our professional expertise to identify and support each individual player, unique talents and future, and to expand the game from our base into the underserved communities, opening the personal growth opportunities to all interested players in the nation's capital. We currently, as other clubs mentioned, Greg including, mentioned that we have financial aid, and we support about 10% of our players and their families with financial aid for them to be able to play the game they love. In addition, I wanted to say that we also partner with other clubs in DC, and I echo some of the concerns that they raised here. We share fields, and we like to thank our DPR partners and DCPS for getting those permits. I advocate for the historical use. For us, it is in the long term, is sustainable. Since the mayor has not made a decision with the future of the RFK fields, and she keeps saying that those are temporary. Once those are out, then the club has to look and stay with the historical permit and make use of it. We also, in terms of preventive maintenance, I'm going to share a couple of things with you. As Greg and the CSE mentioned, we on the fields that we're using, we also sometimes buy equipment and nets and fix the goals just to make sure that they're safe and playable. Thank you for listening and involving a nonprofit youth sports organization as part of the discussion, for engaging district youth sports activities and providing the valuable resources for the city for this endeavor. We would like to ask that adult and for-profit organization not have any priority for fields use earlier than 9 p.m. during weekdays. The ideal time for youth to train while leaving time for them to complete their academic homework is 6 to 9. We also would like to ask that permitted fields to be placed on a preventive maintenance schedule to repair the lights that are now working on several fields, soccer goals that are damaged, and hazardous debris that are often you find on the way into the fields. These maintenance issues present safety concerns for anyone who uses the fields. Just to add one more thing, and I want to thank you. We also work with Soccer on the Hill and partner organization to share fields. For example, if our organization has the field and we feel like the field is underutilized, we allow other partner organizations to share the field with us, just to make sure that the kids are on the field playing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to start Keith and Greg, I forget which one of you noticed my face blanch at the 4,600 number. Then I heard 5,000 and 6,000. Um, the hourly rate for the fields wouldn't add up to that, but it's these additional costs. So can you help me understand how you get to that number?
So one, I guess, DPR charge or DZS charge for security. Based off of the amount of kids that you have in games, they come up with a number that they charge you per hour, which is we paying the security guards per hour of overtime to be on the field on Saturdays, as well as they come back and tell you how many guards you need, how many maintenance and how many engineers that you need. And that costs have to be paid prior to games or prior to at the beginning of the season. So we don't have an option to supply our own security or ask for a certain amount of MPD officers. The DGS come back and tell us how many guards we had to have, how many maintenance, and that's how they come up with the fees. The price ain't the cost for the field, it's the cost for everything else that's associated that they make us pay.
Okay, this is a thing, earlier in the season, there was, that security charge was going to be passed on to lots of different organizations, and there was, it was new for them because I think that it had been that there wasn't security required for groups under 50, and then security required for groups over 50, and the groups under 50 all of a sudden saw the kinds of numbers that you're seeing. And it strikes me, and I don't know if there's a path, and I'm glad that the director is here listening. Like, we need the kids you serve to be able to participate in things like the activities that you're creating for them. The city has a major interest in kids having productive things to do, being mentored in settings like this. And the idea that security costs becomes a barrier to doing that seems like a thing we need to figure out. That should not rest on the shoulders of those kids or the organizations that are trying to serve them. We as a city should be figuring out a way to pay for that. Now, Director Freeman can't do it. So that's where it comes to here. But to be aware that your organization faces that burden and your organization as well, because I'll turn to you in a second, that's not the way it needs to be. So I don't know if how we get to where the city can feel comfortable that the appropriate security is there. I'm not sure that letting the organizations themselves do it is the answer, but this is a big thing if that's a barrier for you, if it's that high of a barrier. So I'm guessing that if it's 8 hours to have the field, it's probably not more than $1,000 to rent the field, and then the 3,600 is for security and for maintenance. Is that right?
3,700 is just for security. Then you talk about another $2,000 for maintenance. The field itself probably be 1,500. So the bulk of the money that you're paying is for security and maintenance.
So this is the thing we got to grapple with. And for Beacon House, it's the same thing.
Yes, it's the same thing. Security and maintenance is the biggest cost for us using the high school facilities. I think of ways we can do it as a public and private partnership through the government, whereas though we all are one entity that we all can work together to like lower these prices so we won't be hit with these big old bills. That's just us working together as one and making that happen. So it's extremely costly. We do need security there. I will not argue that, but we have to find a way that it's not a burden for any organization have to pay that cost that could jeopardize future programming, because that is a hefty bill each year for the past 3 to 4 years that we've been paying.
All right, I really appreciate that. I mean, I just, note to Director Freeman, I'm not expecting you to have an answer on this, but this is an area that I think we should together be thinking about. How do we lower the barriers for organizations like this, but keep everybody safe? So be back to you eventually on that subject. Tyson, when you talked about extending programs outside of the areas where they typically have been, I'll
The
tell you
boards
my
that can afford.
yeah, and my experience, I mean, back in the day when my son played high school soccer, the championship was always what was then called Wilson and Bell.
Yep.
And the reason was the kids who went to Wilson were part of DC soccer, and they were
Yeah.
trained in soccer as young
Yeah.
kids, and the kids who went to Bell came from a culture where soccer was a very important part of the culture. And
Yes.
so you had all of this part of the rest of the city that was left out of soccer. It always felt like, I mean, I shouldn't say it at a public hearing, but I always sort of rooted for the Bell kids over the Wilson team, even though my kid was on Wilson. But one of my Wilson grad staffers is shaking her head. Anyways, you talked about trying to extend programming into areas that it doesn't currently exist. Talk to me more about what that is and what barriers you're facing in trying to do that.
Okay, so from our perspective, I think it's an extension of existing programs, like our rec programs, like our different camps that we offer. And I know that Greg mentioned the financial aid that we offer in the hundreds of thousands to eliminate and alleviate those costs for families from those communities. And that's really what it's really around, as well as the growth of our club and the ambition of our club really merits and needs that sort of inclusion of these different footballers from different cultures, different ethnicities, that that have different levels of access to the game right now. But we want to eliminate all that, because the reality is this, and as I mentioned with, for example, the U.S. Soccer Federation, the legacy project for the 2026 World Cup is called Soccer Forward Foundation, and that's all about eliminating all these socioeconomic barriers so that we can get as many kids playing as possible. And that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing in right now. So that's really what it comes down to, is extending the existing programs, putting them in a position and communicating them in a way where we get players from wards 5, 6, 7, and 8 to participate, and then develop them accordingly, and then also hopefully put them into positions to succeed at higher levels of the game if they want, or stay in the programs that exist for them. Because that's the thing about DC soccer, is that we have something for everyone. Depending on your technical ability, depending on your level of commitment, we want to be able to offer that throughout the city and eliminate any sort of barriers, whether they're transportation related or socioeconomically, so that players can participate. Because I want to go back to something, a conversation I had with an executive at MLS who leads their diversity, equity, diversity, engagement and inclusion initiative, is like, how are we going to show up as a nation in 2026? We need to be the best version of ourselves, and we really need to unlock the power and talent of diversity to put the best teams on the field, whether it's men's or women's. And it starts with clubs like DC Soccer Club that are doing these things to facilitate access to the game, because there are people from my generation that played a long time ago. We're called the lost generation because there was no professional league for us to aspire to, that could have benefited from opportunities like what we're putting in place in DC Soccer Club. So it's about extending into the program into those areas, having the access to the facilities. For example, the U.S. Soccer Foundation has built a really a really good amount of safe places to play throughout some of these wards, like Ward 7 and 8, that can hopefully facilitate programming like this.
All right, thank you very much. And and Tudor, thank you again for your testimony. One of the things that you talked about was preventive maintenance, and that's a theme that we heard. We didn't hear it so much from from the football and the Beacon House, but I'm sure that's an issue that's out there for you as well. But talk to me about what it is. How could we go about preventive maintenance better than the way that we're doing it?
Thank you. So I've been 22 years in working prior to taking my new role as the director of the Washington Capital United in the hospitality industry. And with every hotel, things can go wrong. And, the first thing you think of is just putting things in preventive maintenance and on a schedule clearly by DGS where they can do rounds, check the facility, check the quality of the turf, check the quality of the equipment, making sure that, they're safe, secure, they have weights on them, so they're not tipping over to be a safety hazard for the kids, since kids are kids and they're playing with them and they're jumping on the goals and whatnot. But I think that's doable. The lights should be checked prior to the season, especially with daylight savings times, especially when they're going on, going off. You have lights flickering, you have lights going on, going off. You can use only part of the field. And just to give you a perfect example where, fields are underutilized, and I know this is not under the DGS or the DPR, but you have two fields at Fields at RFK that I think Events DC manage now that are underutilized, the grass field and the former DC United Academy fields, which is a turf facility, and nobody's using them. That could be put in the rotation, take some load off other fields in the community. As I mentioned, our players were 99% DC residents. We do have a few players from Maryland, but primarily it's Northeast, Southeast as DC way as well, and we all fighting for the same fields. And I appreciate, and I know the task that the permit office at DPR has is not an easy one, and I don't want to be in David's shoes or whoever does the permits. To try to juggle all these organizations. But for us, it's vital to get those permits and to be sustainable in the long run and in the future.
Thank you. So, you piqued my interest about the two fields that are underutilized. Do you have any sense of why that is?
The response back, and I go to quarterly RFK meetings, is that Events DC doesn't want to do anything. I guess I'm not sure where the whole project with the Fields at RFK is. And why not? It's beyond my wildest dreams, because the topic has been for years. And all you need to do is just allow or put it in the rotation under the CRISP, because I would imagine they fall under CRISP permitting, and just get everybody more space.
All right, well, we will look into that.
Thank you.
Thank you to all of the members of this panel. Really appreciate it. And let's stay in touch, because I don't want to hear a year from now that it's costing you $5,000 to have a game on a Saturday. All right, let's call up Matthew Kesting, Charlie Baird, John Wadsworth, Robert Kinsler, Greg Saleo, and then Daniel Bainham. Okay. Okay. Mr. Kesting?
Hi, thank you. Thank you for having me. Apologies for not being there in person. I have a newborn here at home, so couldn't quite make it. I represent Northeast Track Club here in DC. It's a free run club that was born early in the pandemic. It came out of the need to focus on building community, basically through running. We cater to a very diverse group of people with ages ranging from 20s to 60s, all socioeconomic classes and ethnicities. We have over 3,000 members on our listserv, and every Tuesday we have a Track Tuesday session that about 200 people come to every week. It can vary 200 plus. For that reason, about 4 years ago, we started permitting tracks so that we weren't a burden on the community because we're so many people. And that kind of, brought me here, which I'll just share some of the pain points I have. Some of them have already been shared, so I appreciate some of the other panelists. For us, there's been somewhat of a lack of transparency. We submit the permit through the permit portal, and there's no way for us to give any context of who we are, if we're trying to build a community, if our initiatives align with the facilities, the school that we're trying to work with. We want to be a community partner, and it's impossible for us to do that because there's just no way to explain who we are. On the back end, they just see a huge group that wants to come to their school, wants to run there, and oftentimes they either deny it or, if they do, if they do approve us, that leads to a whole nother issue, which is the costs, which I know have been brought up here before. It's not so much the permit fees, but the other stuff that's added on. We pay about $800 per session, just for 2 hours to run on every Tuesday. About 500 of that recently is now security fees. And we just have no idea what they're securing, honestly. If they're securing us or the facility, it's really a job that one person could do because they kind of just stand around, but I don't know what they're doing exactly. So, and then on top of that, we understand that a very small portion of the permit fees actually goes to the school. And that's obviously bothersome for us. We want to help the schools out. So the ones that are providing the facility, we would love to be able to give back to help them, to work with them, as well as them to receive some money from these permits. But oftentimes I think that's kind of a barrier to entry. They see just this big group wants to come run there. They get very little in return from the permit fees. And so, oftentimes permits get denied. We have a few other issues on transparency, but those are the two real main points for us.
All right, thank you very much, and congratulations on your newborn.
Thank you.
Charlie Baird?
Hi, yeah. My name is Charlie Baird. I'm an employee of Washington Area Frisbee Club, or WAFC for short. We are a nonprofit organization that runs recreational ultimate Frisbee leagues for both youth and adults year-round in the district. We typically use DC Parks and Rec, or DPR, artificial turf fields around 100 times yearly. Our membership consists of about 3,000 combined between adults and youth in the DC area. WAFC would like to first thank DPR for regularly making its fields available to us, because without DPR artificial turf fields, WAFC's service to the DC community would be severely limited. As WAFC has no field sites of its own, we rely on DPR field permit request processes to achieve our mission of promoting healthy lifestyles and empowering future leaders through learning, playing, teaching, and coaching ultimate Frisbee in DC. Today, we have 2 points of feedback for DPR that we think would help us as WAFC improve the experience we can provide to DC residents. First is one that's been touched on a few times before, but we will just reiterate it in our own personal experience. We urge DPR to continue investing in field maintenance and general upkeep. Like other organizations that run adult programs, we often use the fields on weeknights from around 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. after youth sports. Many of the fields that we use at this time, including specifically Trinidad, Brentwood, Hamilton, and Berry Farms, have multiple lights on their light systems that are out and not working, which create dark spots on the field that can lead to some pretty dangerous collisions out there. Additionally, some fields have sections of the turf that are coming loose, or in some cases, specifically Trinidad, pieces of the turf are actually entirely missing out there. And players running on a surface like that at full speed, it's pretty dangerous there as well. We've submitted a few maintenance requests, and we have not seen any update on that. So we are just unsure about kind of what the process and status of those requests are. WAFC recommends to continue to provide further investment in field upkeep to ensure the safety of DC residents who use these fields. Second point is that we recommend that DPR create a notification system that WAFC or other organizations can register for to receive updates about permit request windows. Currently, the only way to find the dates for permit request windows is to navigate to the DPR space reservation portal daily and see if they have updated their information with the next season. A system that allows for a text or email prompt about the upcoming season request window would help WAFC, and I'm sure other rec organizations here, plan their programming for DC residents more effectively. WAFC thanks the committee for the opportunity to speak here today, and we look forward to continuing to work with DPR to serve DC youth and adults in the future.
Thank you very much. John Wadsworth. Push again
Okay.
when the red's on.
Hi, my name is John Wadsworth. I'm here on behalf of Sports on the Hill. I'm a DC resident, born and raised, New Jersey Avenue and East Southeast. I've spent 30 years connected with Sports on the Hill as both a player and the last 20 as a coach. We are the most nonprofit of nonprofits because we're an all-volunteer organization. Nobody makes a dime. Costs about $200 and change to play soccer for a full year for us, and that's if you can pay. We don't ask for proof. We just, if someone says, I can't afford it, we waive it. I'd say about 25% of our kids don't pay anything. We serve kids from all over the city. At least 99.999% I'd say are from DC. I say that number because I know there's one where his family moved to Maryland and I wasn't going to kick him off my team. And we were founded in the wake of the 68 riots in 1969 when Mr. Cassidy wanted to find a way to give kids something to do. And that's what we've been doing for 55 years. I believe we might be the oldest program in the city. And I'm here to beg you, we're out of space. I coach 16 to 19-year-old young men. I get 90 minutes on half a field once a week, and I'm glad for it. It's basically a crash-up derby when you put 25 young men on a field. That's space, but it's what I got. When you go to our younger kids, 5 or 6 teams on a field. They're not playing soccer. You can get some exercise, but they don't play soccer. It affects us when we go to games. In 20 years, I've never had a full field scrimmage. We're out of room. My team practices down at the fields at RFK, and I see it. We are stacked up like cordwood down there. Every team you can imagine begging for space, and there is a ring of 20 or 30 kids on the outside that just want to get on and play around. I usually try and find some space for them in the corners. When a dad comes down and he's got a football and wants to throw with his son, if I can find some space for him, I will. And what really gets me is that when I'm sitting there on my field, I can look up and see 2 perfectly good fields at the former Spin Garn and Eastern, unused every day. I share the concerns of my friends in the football community. I don't know how much it costs because we quit asking for schools because it was just far too expensive years ago. Last time we did use a school, and they're right, you had to hire a staffer to be your security. After 2 or 3 times, he just wouldn't show up and say, you can let yourself out. You're at the whims of whatever principal says. There's no rules. There's no nothing. We are unable to service our kids in the best way possible now because we just don't have the space. The same as every other person you're going to hear from up here. We need more room, and the fact is those fields are already built and they're waiting.
Okay,
Thank
thank you.
you.
Thank you very much. Robert Kinsler? Online? Yeah. You're on mute, Robert.
There we
Thank
go.
you.
Afternoon. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Robert Kinsler. I'm the founder of DC Fray, an adult sport and rec organization born here in Ward 5 of Washington, DC. I'm in my office now. Over the past 15 years, we've been dedicated to our mission of making fun possible for DC residents. We've proudly served over 500,000 people over the last 15 years, fostering connection and community through accessible recreational activities. My involvement in this field includes serving on the previous DC Council DPR Task Force, as well as the Shared Use Committee headed by the American Heart Association. I've also served 7 years on the executive board of the Sport and Social Industry Association, nonprofit, and have been involved heavily in supporting the nonprofit CRISP, now known as Go Play, and forming permitting policy and process in support of Events DC's fields at RFK Stadium. Through these rules, I've worked closely with DC Department of Parks and Rec and other entities to improve permitting processes. While I've previously been hesitant to raise concerns due to a common sentiment amongst adult permit holders that the permit office is, quote, the hand that feeds, and out of fear of retaliation and permit loss, I believe it's essential to speak up. Since COVID, challenges with DPR have worsened. We've lost significant playtime to organizations that are not primarily based in DC, but are offering similar services, to facilities simply closing, and to new restrictive policies. While interacting with DC, we are often treated, DCTPR, we are often treated as an annoyance rather than an organization advocating for tens of thousands of DC residents. Unfortunately, basic customer service and communication from the permit office has declined, primarily filled by understaffing, but also conflicts of interest. I'd love to speak to some of the points raised today, including pricing, historical use, prioritization, and others. However, it's important to consider that many of these items and concerns play out differently for youth organizations and adult groups and have different practicalities. I would urge for a clear bifurcation of adult and youth policies when considering the evolution of your system. First, maintenance. While many of the facilities are world-class, they are often neglected. Basic issues like lights being out for over a year and essential repairs that simply never happen are common. We often find ourselves bounced between multiple agencies without anyone taking ownership. Next, adult recreational time. While youth sports are absolutely a priority, adult recreational access is also vital. Healthy adults create healthier communities for our youth and should not be an afterthought. Currently, adult activities are often pushed to after 8 p.m., and with many facilities closing at 9, including outdoor facilities, this creates an extreme challenge for meaningful programming for adult residents. Historical use has been spoken about positively today, as well as identified as a challenge point. As it relates to adult organization usage, the reality is I know of no permitting body in my 15 years that is well-run and efficient that doesn't rely heavily on historical usage. Little is accomplished by removing organizations that have a consistent track record of delivering services, but much is stressed for residents and DPR when attempting to decide what would warrant historical use changes and the shifting permits back and forth between multiple organizations for the same sport at the same field. The last point I'd like to address is the administrative challenges within the permitting process. There are frequent instances of favoritism, arbitrary permit decision, last-minute cancellations with no communication, inconsistent policies and processes. All of these create unnecessary challenges for local organizations and the residents they serve. It does not serve residents to move back and forth from the same sport or activity to different permit holders from season to season. City leaders, including the mayor and this council, have long championed prioritizing DC-based companies, including through the Green Book and the other CBE goals. DPR is not effectively enforcing this priority. I urge DPR to implement a clear and consistent standard that honors the commitment to DC-based organizations and prioritizes those who are generally dedicated to serving our residents while also being based. The reality is for our adult leagues, most organizations will be considered DC-based because they're serving DC residents, but many of them, including people that are about to testify, are based out of New York or simply not a DC-based organization, not homegrown like we are in Ward 5. In closing, I want to express my appreciation for DPR's role and the efforts of this council and this committee. I volunteer to help however I can, as I have in the past, and welcome any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. I'm sure there will be questions, but first, Greg Soleo.
Councilman, thanks for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Greg Silio. I oversee public affairs for Volo Sports. I'm actually just here today in support of Daniel Bainham, who's there in the room with you today. He's our vice president, and he will be speaking on behalf of Volo. I'm here to help assist with any questions you may have. I'll defer the rest of the time to him. Thank you.
All right, Daniel.
Howdy. Good afternoon, councilmen and members of the committee. My name is Daniel Bainham, and I'm the vice president with Volo Sports and oversee Volo DC. Volo Sports has been operating in the district's parks for over 7 years with the goal of building community and fostering genuine human connections. With our 12 sports offerings at the core, we provide opportunities for adults of all ages to get active and social in district spaces, in communities, in every ward. For example, Adams Morgan, downtown, Chinatown, Buzzard Point, many others. With over 70,000 registrations across the city in 2023, Our players have shown their commitment to Washington, D.C. and the Volo community with a 60% player retention rate across our programs from the previous year. The impact, though, of Volo goes beyond just our work with adults in the district. Volo Sports partners with Volo Kids Foundation, a nonprofit organization that runs free kids programs, like many of our friends here in the room, free youth sports programs for Washingtonian youth, all in every ward in the city as well. Volo Sports, at Volo Sports, we donate profits to leverage infrastructure from the for-profit company to create free opportunities for the organized play for kids who may not otherwise be able to afford it. So since its launch in the district, Volo Kids has registered just under 12,000 kids for free sports programs and has engaged over 2,300 volunteers. The offerings of Volo Kids have continued to grow exponentially year over year as our footprint is able to expand in the district. Volo's relationship with city government, especially the Department of Parks and Recreation, is critical to our success in serving kids and adults in the district. We appreciate the work specifically of Chris Tierney, David Sachs, and their team, who do what they can with limited resources to oversee the permitting process and access to city spaces. Just one shout out, the recent overhaul of the online permitting system for the adult side of permits, for an example, has been an improvement from previous iterations. And it's a noticeable difference. And then their team's attentiveness with several issues when it comes to issuing credits for cancellations is always much appreciated. But as can be expected, the permitting process and day-to-day execution comes with its own challenges. For example, there tends to be inconsistencies in how historical permits are applied, and permits can sometimes be revoked with little to no explanation. Am I out of time?
No,
This is my first time.
Take your time, take your time.
These unforeseen challenges can make it difficult to plan ahead and often and offer consistent programming to our community from one season to the next. We understand that Volo correctly applies as a for-profit entity and therefore is not at the top of the list when it comes to field allocations. Where we struggle is shifting timelines to receive approval or denials of permit applications. Sometimes the week of a permit or a season is when we may receive that permit. Similarly, field conditions such as broken lights, as has been mentioned, are often not known or communicated until players are already at the field. Communication across access to locked spaces can also be challenging and result in last-minute cancellations. Having to turn players away at the field, either kids or adults, is detrimental to their experience with what they came to do, just play sports. So we are committed to working with DPR and other agencies to improve upon the city's permitting process and execution. We appreciate the committee's effort to facilitate a public conversation around this important topic, and we look forward to the ongoing dialogue.
Thank you very much. We've been joined by my colleague, Ward 6 Council Member Charles Allen, who I'll turn to in a moment. And I think let's do 10-minute rounds. I will say on one Ward 6 thing, Mr. Wadsworth, it really broke my heart to hear you say you're from Sports on the Hill and that you have a hard time getting space at Fields at RFK. I remember when Fields at RFK was a twinkle in the eye of Mike Godick of Sports on the Hill. Wouldn't be there without Sports on the Hill. So we all should be grateful to your organization for that work then. It's good demand is up, but we need to find a way to fill it. Councilmember Allen.
Thanks so much, Chairman Fruman. I'm excited about your leadership on this committee, so congratulations, but also really appreciate essentially the first thing you did was uphold a hearing to turn a spotlight on this issue, which admittedly is complex and complicated, but I think by the testimony we've heard today isn't working the way that our city needs it to, and we really need to dig in to figure that part out. The fields are a great example. I remember sitting down with with Mike and team in my office years ago. We sketched it out on the back of a napkin, basically. And to see that come into fruition and see the fields just pretty much in nonstop demand. It drives me nuts that we still have so many parking lots out there that we also should be turning into fields and can create that and just add more and more capacity. But while that might be one example of where we can actually build more field capacity, we really got to manage what we got a lot better. I heard some of the testimony already. I really appreciate the Watkins Hornets from being here, Sports on the Hill. I know that Capitol Hill Little League will be testifying later. A lot of my Ward 6 sports organizations have been testifying and helping identify what they see as a lot of their challenges to that field space. These are great youth sports leagues that help serve hundreds, if not thousands, of families across the city. And then to also see how many of our adult leagues create great senses of community, of friendship, of keeping people active and engaged in their community and city is something that we really want to make sure we do better. It drives me nuts as well when I see perfectly good fields sitting locked behind gates. We don't have the ability to build lots and lots of fields everywhere, although I do believe we could build more. But we've got to use what we've got a lot better and a lot smarter. There's just more demand for field space than we have fields. I think that while we don't have DCPS here, I do think we have to have a conversation that elevates this beyond just DPR, because we have a lot of fields that are DCPS fields that are not being used in a way that can serve everyone. And let me be very clear to my friends at DCPS. That is a school first. So that field during school hours and an aftercare for that school, that is a school field. But we do have the opportunity on weekends or after hours to be able to open those spaces up, because all your tax dollars were the ones who helped build that. And so I view that as a community asset. I want to work closely with DCPS, with our principals and others, but we've got to create more space. And the reality is that we don't have the same level of distribution of fields, DPR fields or DCPS fields across our whole city. So if we look at it by a ward basis, that's not necessarily a fair way to look at it either, because you're going to end up with one ward that just inherently has more space and more fields than another. But we want to find as many ways as possible to get this to be proximate to them. I think we've got to help have leadership in the city and leadership of the agencies see this as more than just an inconvenience. This really is about how we're serving our city. The fact that many of our organizations, very successful ones that I think I heard some reticence perhaps, and even coming forward to testify because they don't want to upset the apple cart. The fact that you decided this was worth it says something to me, and I think says something to why we want to do something different. You know, I know the bill is not going to move forward this year, but I hope it starts the conversation as well. Introduced legislation just the other day, trying to find ways that we help make sure that our youth leagues get that prioritization, our DC youth leagues for those earlier hours. How do we help open up more of our field space for all of our leagues? I appreciate that Councilor Fruman, I think, has a history with this issue and with wanting to tackle this. I know that in his previous life, he helped really work with a lot of other folks to help think through changes. And should he continue to chair a committee like this next year, which I think is going to happen, then I think we're going to see some ability to really work on how to make some changes here. So I did have just a couple of quick questions if I can. And Mr. Wadsworth, I came in as you were testifying, so you may have already hit some of this. So I apologize if I'm asking something that you talked about before I sat down. But help me understand a little bit about what you see from a field perspective around costs. What are some of the barriers from an organization, which is, I believe your organization is entirely volunteer run?
100% volunteer.
Yeah, so there's not a lot of overhead costs we're talking about here. So really trying to maximize and stretch every dollar. What are some of the challenges you find? Is it things like permitting costs? Is it things like security or maintenance fees? Like, what are some of the things that actually end up being barriers to the type of leagues that you're helping run?
You know, the one positive is that DPR, at least the costs are set and we know what they're going to be. As my friends from the football world talked, when you go up to a school and ask if we could use your field, it's whatever they make up. And that prevents us from even trying those spaces anymore. Maintenance is a huge problem. I lost 4 home games last spring because the lights at Trinidad were out. And it was amazing because we had a different reason for every weekend. One time was bees, and there were bees, and so they couldn't fix it. One time they couldn't get someone there. One time they had fixed it, but they weren't fixed. I mean, there's,
But of course, you got a refund check for that permit when the light bulb
yeah,
went,
but I
right?
couldn't refund that time. I lost those games.
Oh, no, I was joking. You
Yeah.
actually got a refund? Because most often.
Oh, no.
Nobody gets a refund.
No.
Okay.
We
Yeah.
bring our own, whenever we have games, we bring our own nets. There are no nets. We used to bring our own goals, but at least those have been actually, whenever there's a football field, they're actually part of the goalpost, so that helps.
I agree that I find this from a lot of leagues is like you're paying for permits that you can't even use oftentimes. Because if half the lights are out, and this happens especially once daylight savings kicks in, at 5:30 it's dark, but you got a permit that tells you can run till 7:30, but you can't actually even use that field.
I used to have the parents, when I had Jefferson, the parents would come and drive their cars on the field and put the brights on.
Yeah. So I will also acknowledge it's hard. DPR's got a hard job, right? They got to manage this portfolio. They're trying to figure out how to, I'm going to be tough on them, but at the same time, I can acknowledge it's tough, right? I'm hearing, I think I heard several of you, and I'll invite anybody else on the call to jump in. A lack of standardization, a lack of predictability. Is that a common theme? Would you agree that I'm kind of hearing from what you're saying your experiences are? I'm
Yes.
seeing a lot of heads nodding. Okay. And then would it make sense to have a more unified field permitting process? And I'm thinking about, for example, our DCPS fields. When you see those fields that you just can't even get access to, from an administrative standpoint, would it make sense just to try to pull everything into one permitting structure so we know how many fields we have and what hours and what demands are, and it's just a better and easier, more standardized way to map all that out?
Absolutely.
Sounds like a dream.
I live for a dream.
Council member, we spoke to that point in our shared use committee 10 years ago, and given how many different organizations there are, it was one of the challenges that we identified, that there's not collaboration or coordination between all of the various entities that hold permit space. So DCPS, there's also NPS fields that get involved with that there, which is 90+% of our green space. But there's a lot of overlapping organizations, and that has been something that we tackled or attempted to tackle the last time Mr. Furman put this council together, or the committee together.
Yeah, I just don't see a scenario that we're ever going to fix this if we're not willing to take that on. But there's another reason that I think it can also be helpful. I'm not sure how many people are familiar with J.O. Wilson Elementary School. We've got a field that when they built the field, they put the lights inside the track that runs around it. And what that means is I have an entire field that cannot be permitted for soccer, for football, anything. So I have an entire field that just sits unused all the time. If we had a more unified structure, I would wager DCPS would catch something like that in the design phase earlier on, because they're trying to think through what are all my uses here, right? And we would have never put the lights in the wrong place. Now, we could go spend a whole bunch of money and move the lights and move them back. And maybe maybe that is the long-term solution there at J.O. Wilson. But for anybody who's familiar with that, you've got a huge piece of grass, big, nice rectangular piece of grass. And most of you can't use it because it's not going to be a regulation size for pretty much any other events you've got. And I think to me, that's one more kind of collateral benefit of trying to unify this process, is that we start thinking through when we have opportunities to modernize our schools, to help rebuild schools or other spaces, we start thinking about that so that we actually build the field the way we need to.
Councilmember, there's also many fields that simply don't have lights, a very large amount. And there's also restrictions on some of those fields where you cannot bring your own lights either, even if they're only 8 foot tall, sort of battery operated. Those are restricted for our different stakeholders or historical restrictions. There are groups that have advocated successfully to have parks closed down at dark or at 9 o'clock, which in an urban environment is still very early, which squeezes time even more. So there's a patchwork of community sort of challenges as well, even beyond the point that you just made of an incorrectly designed field. There's many that are massively underutilized. We also have restrictions on the creative use of fields. So something, for instance, like pickleball is not able to be played on a tennis court, even though they're essentially the same sport. There's also other courts that cannot, basketball courts can't have any other permitted activity on them other than basketball. And actually, outdoor basketball courts cannot even be permitted. So there's lots of gaps and holes that exacerbate the problem even more.
Yeah. Well, I know I'm over time. I know that the solution's not going to be easy. I'm sympathetic to the agencies that have to navigate this and try to manage all of this, but I'm also a glass half full kind of guy. I read this as there's a lot of demand for what we got. There's a lot of demand for the fields and for the courts and for the possibilities that are there. And I think that this is kind of that call to roll up our sleeves to get to work. I know that it's something you care a lot about, and I'm really excited about that. Everything from the field getting locked up that people can't use, the lights not working. We got to have DGS be a part of this conversation. I mean, I know I'm walking around Watkins and looking at how many light bulbs are out from the lighting arrays. That impacts the ability down at Randall in the baseball field, the Little League. The light bulbs that shine on home plate are out, so the pitcher is well lit, but the kid sitting there trying to swing a bat, not so much. That's a dangerous issue, actually. It makes it dangerous to be able to play on some of those fields. And when we had the lights get out at Eastern High School, it took a year to change a light bulb. It took a year to change a light bulb. This conversation definitely centers with DPR, but we got to have DCPS, we got to have DGS. These others have to be a part of it. Because that's the only way we're going to figure this whole thing out and make it work. But I'm grateful for all the folks who are running these leagues, for the coaches, for the parents, or everybody who steps up and helps create this thing. It's a great part of being in our city. I know we're going to be tough on our agencies today, but I also appreciate that there's some good people in those agencies that are trying. And I don't pretend that it's easy, but I hope that they hear this with the constructive feedback that's coming, that we really got to do better. And that's, I think there's a lot of people that are willing to work collaboratively to think through how to get it better. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Allen. And one of the things that's exciting here is actually we're getting word of some low-hanging fruit of some things where, wouldn't take a lot to increase capacity, because part of the problem here is, whenever there's scarcity, it's a giant challenge, and we have scarcity here. And I'm with you in thinking the fact that there's scarcity is because we have a lot of our kids and adults engaging in sports activity. It's a good thing. So now we need to belly up to the bar and deliver the capacity that folks need and the systems that folks need in order to make it work. One of the things on the DCPS side that, a theme that's come up is the schools, it's tricky for the schools because the schools need to know what they're going to need it for. And schools don't always know exactly what teams they're going to have at the beginning of the year, what clubs they're going to have. And so they do need to serve their communities. So it takes them a while to know what they can make available, although hopefully we can get that to work better. But there also has to be something in it for them. And we've tried to do that, and then it turns out that it doesn't feel that way to the schools, and we need to get that incentive system working properly. John, it looks like you're reaching for your microphone.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to tell you, yes, the schools have to serve the school first, but there's not a school that's having practice after 6 o'clock. They're done at 3. After 6 o'clock, I mean, I drive past Eastern and Spingarn every day. Spingarn when it was Spingarn. But there's not a school out there that has stuff going on other than Friday night football games in which they know that. All these schools know going in what they're going to have and what they're going to need, and none of them are there after 6:30 at the latest.
All right, terrific. So I'm going to go back to the start of the panel. Mr. Kesting, if you can, are you still with us? Yes. Can you, which schools do you try to operate at, or which schools are you operating at, and what hours are you doing it there?
Right. So primarily we have been at Cardozo. They're the only ones that have allowed us or approved our permits. The problem with Cardozo for us is a 4-lane track. And like I said, we have about 200 people, so it gets a little chaotic. We were denied by McKinley Tech. We were denied previously by Eastern. We've tried numerous tracks throughout the city, but Cardozo was the only one that accepted us. again, that's that transparency thing on the back end. We don't know why we've ever been denied at the other schools. And McKinley would be great for us. It's a bigger track. It's in Northeast, which is where we started. Or even Eastern, I guess. But McKinley Tech is more centered to the city. But again, we just don't know why we were ever denied. If we just didn't align with their values or what it was. And one of the issues I think with Fort Cardozo is they have a ton of activities at their school because they're so centrally located. We've actually been able to share. They've carved it up so the field can get permitted and the track. So while we do our track practices, the Renegades, the rugby team, they practice every Tuesday night also. It's fine. We have a good relationship with them. I know Ted, the founder, and we're, everybody works well together, but it's a little unsafe. Rugby balls are flying around and stuff. So, but that's all we can get. We've had to shift and move to Catholic University at times because it got too expensive for us to be able to do this as a free organization. We just don't have any money. All of our people are also volunteer based. And we ask for donations from our members, but we don't want to put them in a position where we make this a paid thing. So we've gone to Catholic University, but again, I'd rather our money go to our community, to go to schools in our community to help the schools. That's really what we want. We don't necessarily want to work with the universities. They're well funded and they do well for themselves. But so that's where we've been.
So and is your activity after 6:30 to 9?
Oh, sorry. Yes.
What hours?
Yeah.
Are you...
Yeah. Sorry about that. Typically, we in the past have started at 6:30, but we're flexible and we've moved back to 7 because, as the gentleman previously said, some schools their practices maybe stop at 6, but football season they definitely go until about 6:30. So we've moved to 7 so that the kids have enough time to get off the field. There's not, we're not dangerous to them. There's no risk of anybody getting injured or anything like that. So we've moved our practices to 7 p.m., but in the past it was 6:30. And at the latest we end like 8:30 or 9. So 7 to 9 is typically our sweet spot.
And the cost to you, as I heard you say it, $800 for 2 hours. I'm thinking that's about $200 for the track and about $600 for security and maintenance. Is that right?
About right. Yeah. So security, they assigned us 4 security guards and they only come in 4-hour blocks, even though we only need 2. And there's nothing we can do about it. I've tried to inquire about that, but yeah, that's about right. And so we've had to like forego some Tuesdays and move to the mall because that's a free space where we can do a fun workout. But we become a nuisance on the mall. I mean, we're a big group and it's not fair to the community for us to do that. So it's a difficult process when you're talking about the money. But yeah, you're right. It's about 600 for security, about 200 for the fees.
All right, great.
Mr. Councilmember, my understanding is that schools do have the prerogative and the authority to waive those security fees, but they increasingly over the last 15 years have not been willing to do so for basic liability concerns and not wanting to be the person to make that decision. But this was an issue that we brought up in the last committee on this as well. The fees are astronomical and often the services are actually never even provided. The security is nowhere to be seen, not providing what they're actually there for. And my historical understanding is this was implemented after 9/11 for increased security for all government buildings, and it really hasn't been revisited successfully.
Yeah, I mean, this is an area that I'm increasingly interested in, and thank you again for your service on the task force. The last time we had a thing earlier in the year where DCPS was imposing these high security costs on everybody, and then they stepped back and said, no, only for groups over 50. But then you get into a situation, Mr. Kessing, like there's the rugby folks and you're there, and are you both paying for 4 hours worth of security when both of you are only there for 2 hours?
I've had that conversation. I've had that conversation. And the custodial fees too, right? So a lot of times the bathrooms at Cardozo aren't even open, but I know we're paying those fees to have them open. But I think my understanding is the Renegades are below 50, so they're not required to pay for security. So we're the only ones that take the entire cost of that.
Yeah, so I'll just say for the benefit of my colleague who's here and had said it before, I mean, I do think we need to think about security and maintenance for uses outside of school hours, paying for that in a different way in order to facilitate the kinds of activities that you guys are participating in, because we don't want it to be on the shoulders of your folks, and I frankly particularly don't want that to be on the shoulders of the Marshall Heights football folks who are serving lots of low-income kids and who said when they were testifying, no, we want security there, we understand it, but we can't, we need to be facilitating these kinds of activities, not creating barriers to it. And that's not a criticism of DPR. It's not a criticism of anyone. It's that we need to step back and think about what's the best way to pay for these things in order to maximize the kind of sports activity and youth programs that we want to see. So I'm going to run out of time, but let me turn. I think Mr. Baird, you talked about a notification system, and I hadn't. What are you envisioning? Just an email that goes to former permit holders? What's the notification
Yeah,
system?
I think it's something super simple. I'm not looking for anything very involved, unless we've missed it as an organization, right? Just somewhere where we can, sign up for email notifications like kind of everyone in the world does. So we can be like, hey, it's spring right now. The dates for the summer permit window have just opened. So then we can know we can get on that, plan out what we are looking for from DPR for our summer program, so we can get that together, plan out ahead of time, and be completely prepared when that window opens and be able to submit our request at that time.
Okay. Well, Director Freeman, I think, is following, and others at the agency are here. So maybe that's an idea that we can pick up on later. Just to close out on Volo, I'm not familiar with Volo, and I'm just wondering, that's a lot of kids who you're talking about serving. Where are they located?
Yes. So, and actually I have one of my colleagues that works on the foundation right here, Nick. But we are proudly in every ward for Volo kids. But we do have what I'll say is a couple hubs. So Marie Reed Elementary, we run kids programs there 5 days a week. Garrison Elementary, we run kids programs there 5 days a week. And then we get DPR permits, so we're absorbing the permit costs. So similar to DC Scores, where the school time might be donated on the 3:30 to 5 time. Any other outside programs, we're getting DPR permits. So that is very much like we apply just like everyone else and have a pretty hard time just trying to we get it where we can get it, basically on the kid side.
But I guess Garrison and Marie Reed sort of center city kind of, is that the heart of the communities you're serving?
Those are just school relationships, especially like Title I schools that we've specifically looked to partner with. I know DC Scores well. We serve kids that are up to second grade or third grade, where they start at third grade. So some of our schools overlap that way. But we ran the program, pilot program for kids pickleball with DPR last summer, which is very cool. We also have a program down at Kip Webb that is we're very proud of to get that going down in Southeast as well. So we're just here to provide every kid equal opportunity to play sports.
It's wonderful. I will stop there, Councilmember Allen. All right, thank you very much to this panel, and I'll call up the next panel. So Amir Lowry, Ann Corbett, Rafael Overcash, John McCarthy, Adam Goldman, John Solomon, Brenda Richardson, Corey Levine, and Elizabeth Engel. Okay, Mr. Lowry, you want to kick us off?
Happy to. First of all, Councilmember Allen and Councilmember Fruman, thank you for having us and, creating this space for us all to share. My name's Amir Lowry. I'm the Executive Director and co-founder of Open Goal Project. We're a 501c3 here in Washington, D.C., going into our 10th year now. I'm a Washington, D.C. native. I went to all DCPS schools, Oyster Elementary, Alice Deal Junior High School, and Wilson, now Jackson Reed. I graduated there in 2001, actually. I grew up playing soccer here my whole life, had a very rich and diverse experience, and something that, still gives me a lot of purpose and joy to this day. The beautiful game does. I played at Wake Forest University. I played in Major League Soccer, and I moved back here in 2013. And shortly after that, started my organization. So I just want to kind of clear the air, and I have a unique perspective on all of this, running an equity-focused organization that is youth sports-based. And so I started coaching after I retired from playing professional soccer with a club in Bethesda Soccer Club, and then with DC Stoddard. The genesis of my organization was me coaching at Stoddard and seeing a team of kids that were so, lacking in racial diversity, lacking in socioeconomic diversity, right? And, upper Northwest, mainly white kids that, were at a range of private schools or, School Without Walls or Wilson, but no diversity. So I decided in that moment that not only would the club and our team benefit from having kids from all around the city from different backgrounds, but also I knew the benefits, all the positive benefits and positive impact that soccer could make on young people's lives. So I started in that moment, recruiting players from the inner city, Black and Latino kids, to play with DC Stoddard. We were able to get them scholarships. We were able to help their families navigate the process and overcome all the barriers associated with playing. And those are many. I'll explain those. In that process, I met my business partner, our co-founder, who was volunteering with DC Scores. DC Scores, fiscally sponsored us as we set out to do the work that we're doing. And now, obviously, we have our own 501c3. But, my experience is one that speaks to the need for equitable solutions and deliberate actions on behalf of the most marginalized communities and the most vulnerable people in DC. The kids that we were able to bring to DC Stoddard at that time were at-risk youth. A lot of them, the sons and daughters of immigrants. Very little, all would go on to be first generation college students. So the need in that area was tremendous. And I think that with framing what I'm saying, I just want to highlight that a club like Stoddard, I'm friends with Greg and I know Tyson and I know a lot of their staff, but a club like DC Stoddard or PPA or DC Way or any pay-to-play club is not set up directly, to support players from young people and families from marginalized communities. I don't think that the value system or the support systems are adequate to empower those players and families to have true success. And we have created a system since that time, and since meeting my business partner and doing a lot of work over the past decade, we've created a system that is 100% free to play. So we have a soccer club, high-level soccer club that competes in this pay-to-play ecosystem. We have our own in-house league. We run our own summer camps in the summer. Again, everything free to play. We do college ID camps, which are also free. And all of our programs are structured and designed to bridge all the gaps and help families and players overcome all the barriers that are presented by the systemic racism, quite frankly, that's embedded in pay-to-play youth soccer. So we have a very unique position, I think, and seat at this table. And I think that more than anything, what I want to share is that I think within all of this conversation, yes, there are, specific issues that all of us, I think, would want to see improvement from, from Department of Parks and Rec, from the way that we permit fields, et cetera. But more so than anything, I don't think, and you said it, council member, you said expanding equitable access. I think that the key thing that's been missing from this conversation is how are we expanding equitable access to our facilities and our fields, and not just for those who can pay money and afford fees, but those families in our communities that cannot. So I super appreciate it. We'll come back in questions and give you a chance to talk to those issues some more. For now, I want to turn to Ann Corbett. I think you're on mute.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Fruman and Councilmember Allen, for the opportunity to testify today regarding permitting and field usage in the district. My name is Ann Corbett. I am the executive director of a nonprofit here in DC called Go Play. We're formerly CRISP DC. We've just rebranded. I'm a resident of Ward 6 for 25 years. I'm a DCPS parent and a Little League mom. So CRISP, now Go Play, was formed in 2011 to advocate for the creation of high-quality athletic fields on the east side of the district. The result was Events DC creating the fields at RFK campus on the former Lot 7. Since it opened in 2019, we have been managing the fields at RFK on contract to Events DC. The facility is approximately 30 acres with 6 youth-sized multi-purpose fields that are open 7 days a week, about 100 hours a week. With Events DC, we created a permitting policy intended to support community needs and provide equitable access while incentivizing organizations to serve youth and provide affordable rates for families. The policy directs us to permit 60% of peak time to amateur sports organizations, provide 20% time for community open play, 20% for tournaments and special events. We do so permitting about 95% of available peak hours to over 80 area sports organizations. We permit with priority for youth-serving organizations in the zip codes surrounding the facility, then those in the District of Columbia, then other organizations, including those supporting adult players. We do not give preferential treatment to historic permit holders. All told, we count about 100,000 players and participants on the facility on an annual basis. As we managed this facility, we noticed a huge lack of diversity on the fields, as well as kids coming to the facility without a connection to an organized group, as some of those young people were engaging in destructive behavior on site, in our opinion, due to feeling left out of the process. So we created the Youth Sports for All program. We now serve about 250 kids in kindergarten to 8th grade in wards 5, 6, 7, and 8. We provide technical assistance to parents, scholarships to cover any and all registration fees, new cleats and other personal equipment for young athletes. We provide equitable access to participation by working with parents and providing them everything they need except transportation. Our partnerships include 14 area sports organizations providing access to 12 different sports. I have one more point to make, if I can have a few more seconds. We are fortunate in the district to have many public recreation facilities, but these facilities see a large volume of usage, and maintaining those facilities seems very inconsistent. The upkeep and maintenance of district-managed fields and facilities creates a dangerous situation for all of our residents playing on them. My understanding is that DGS manages contractors that provide field maintenance for DPR and DCPS fields. A couple of years ago, a colleague at DPR asked me to provide them with a memo on proper maintenance of turf fields. In their opinion, none of their turf facilities were getting properly maintained. I would posit that perhaps many have never been properly maintained, meaning combed, brushed, and aerated on at least a quarterly basis. I live across the street from Stuart Hobson, for example, which was renovated about 10 years ago, and I have never once seen a tractor on that field. My sons regularly play at Randall Field, Watkins Elementary, and many other fields in Northeast and Southeast. I have watched the conditions of those fields decline over the years, including turf deterioration, fence falling down, lights out, and bleachers falling apart. Again, I cannot stress enough how dangerous this is for our residents who play on these properties, hence a real liability for the district government. Go Play would love to work in cooperation with the District of Columbia, as we do with Events DC, to ensure fields are improved and maintained on a regular basis. You mentioned that there was a lot of demand. I see a friend in John Solomon on the call, so I'm hoping he's going to testify from the Aspen Institute. They've done a recent survey, which I'm just going to say shows you that only a fraction of the kids in the district are actually getting at least 60 minutes of daily physical activity. Those aren't my data to report, so I'll leave that to him. It's an unbelievable shame. I mean, never mind a public health and a public safety issue. In the council's effort to improve public safety legislation, one would hope that at least 50% of that effort would be investment in crime prevention, of which youth sports and recreation is a huge tool. Thank you for your continued support for sports and recreation in the District of Columbia. Together, we can make life better for kids of all ages in the district, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Corbett. A different piece of legislation that I put forward relates to out of school time. And one of the things that we cite over and over again is that 59%, I think, 59% of police chiefs have said that the most effective crime prevention tool that they have is out of school programming. So, and youth sports is a very important part of that. Let's move to Ms. Overcash.
Thank you so much. My name is Rachel Overcash, and I'm the Vice President of Capital City Little League. Cap City is an all-volunteer nonprofit Little League that serves 600 players across 6 baseball and 5 softball divisions in both the fall and spring seasons. To offer our programming, we use 9 DPR fields throughout the city. Cap City spends about $28,000 annually on seasonal permits for our fields. Cap City regularly grooms and maintains our 5 historical use fields at a cost of about $16,000 per year. We have also spent about $12,500 per year on general field renovations and repairs. While Cap City has had a positive relationship with both DPR and DGS, we have some serious areas of concerns we would like to highlight today. The first is the protective netting around the Chevy Chase baseball field that is deteriorating. The protective netting is in urgent need of repair. I have submitted photos with my written testimony showing the netting on the first base line is completely down, and the netting has begun to tear just behind and to the left of home plate. This leaves the playground and seating adjacent to the field completely unprotected, which is a major serious safety risk. Foul balls frequently go through the broken netting, and we are very concerned that a child, a spectator, or even a caregiver will be injured. While DPR and DGS appear to understand this issue, there has been no action to fix it. Recently, the Cap City Fields Coordinator was told there was no budget for repairs to the netting and therefore no plans to fix this issue. Repairing the netting is a top priority for Cap City. We are ready and willing to work with DPR and DGS to make these repairs, even if it means Cap City paying some of those costs. The second urgent issue is the broken lights at Bryce Harper Field. Despite having a permit to use Bryce Harper until 9 p.m., the lights barely function there. There's approximately 60 bulbs there, but only about 5 to 10 of them actually work. This provides really an unacceptable level of lighting for our older divisions and leads to an urgent safety issue. Just in October, a Cap City player was injured because he was unable to see a ball that was thrown at him. We are asking that the lights at Bryce Harper be fixed so that our players can safely use the field within the parameters of our permit. Some other areas of concerns that Cap City has that our fields are not regularly maintained by DPR, including cutting the grass and picking up trash. Our fields operate at both near community and recreation centers, of which they have locked restrooms. Our permits cover these timeframes, and the restrooms are supposed to be available for our players and fans and families there. Since restrooms are not consistently available, Cap City actually has provided porta potties in several of our fields at a cost of about $3,500 per year, which are used not only by Cap City families, but members of the community because the bathrooms at the community recreation centers are not available. There's also been water leaks at Chevy Chase Field, and we really don't have any way to contact appropriate representatives in the city to fix it. And finally, we have unfortunately encountered some DPR employees that have been unnecessarily punitive in their approach to permitting. For example, Cap City uses the baseball field at Macomb Recreation Center, and a DPR employee at Macomb Recreation Center has forcibly told our kids to leave the field when the permit allotted time is about to expire, whereas no one was waiting to use the field after our permit time expired. And it just leaves a very sour taste in our mouth with how DPR handled that situation. So we really appreciate your time and look forward to continued partnership with the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll turn now to John McCarthy, who I see is joined by Bernie Demchek. I've been pretty generous in not cutting folks off, but if you use 6 minutes and Bernie uses 6 minutes, that'll be too much. No, great to see both of you. Great to see both of you in this capacity.
Thanks for having us. Councilmember Allen, thanks for having me. I'm John McCarthy, Director of Home Run Baseball Camp. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. We have a very positive relationship with Parks and Rec. I'm just, as a public citizen, I'm just curious, and it's interesting hearing all the different dimensions around the city, and it's great to see. I agree with you, Councilmember. It's a good problem to have, all the different users now, but it is a complicated puzzle, and doing it fairly is complicated, and it's not easy. I agree. David Sack, who's the permit director, I know how hard he works to put it together, but Home Run Baseball Camp is a summer baseball camp for boys and girls 4 to 12. We welcome youngsters from all over the city. We have a great relationship with DPR going back 32 years. This January will be our 32nd year. I was encouraged by DPR to start Home Run Baseball Camp. And Friendship Playground is our flagship. We are very proud to be a guest user there, a steward of the park. We do our best to take care of it. We love the community. I grew up across the street from the park. Home Run has a great relationship with the foster care community. We have a lot of case managers send us players. We have a great scholarship program named in honor of Nancy and Lanny Brewer. Lanny was the Deputy Attorney General under President Obama for 5 years. He funds a lot of our scholarships, as do a number of neighbors around the city. We would never turn down a scholarship in 32 years. We are one of the only camps in the country that fills up and sells and offers full scholarships. Summer camps slots are very hard to get now, as you know. And one solution I want to offer to DPR leadership is we'd be happy to take some of their summer camp lottery folks who don't get in. We'll take some of them as part of the DPR portfolio. We've done that. Along with Bernie and previous mayors and previous council members, we welcomed youngsters from the Berry Farm community, King Greenleaf, Frontiers Public Housing, and Fort Stanton. And so we've had a long relationship with DPR trying to open it up, as Amari so articulately said, youngsters who are sort of on the margins. It's my dad used to say, people on the margins. And so Home Run is here to help. Our motto is, how can I help you? We're a hardcore baseball program. You got to hustle, talent's what you have, effort's what you give. And we are proud to be partners with DPR. We have very few complaints. That's the honest truth. I find the DPR staff easy to work with. The permit division is as good as it's ever been. It's not, we don't have any real issues that are of the major category. So thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Allen. I am here because I am the organizer of the Parents Association for Home Run Baseball Camp. When we have issues, we get the parents to help us with those issues, be monetary or social or cultural. And as Coach said, we reach over to the east side of the city. We bring campers over to Ward 3, and we do all the maintenance of the field. We irrigated the field. We put in all the new plants, all the trees, all the benches. What we do is we take care of the field, and we're very proud. Our parents and our campers do the work on the field. We pick up the trash before and in the evening. We clean the bathrooms. We even supply toilet paper when we need it. We're here to say that we're here to help. I see my DC police friends over there on the side of the police car said, we're here to help. And that's what we do. We have a good relationship. We also are concerned from time to time, minor permitting irritation issues that doesn't seem to be appropriate when you've been here for 32 years and you do everything you can to make the permitting process easy. So we're just asking DPR to be really sensitive that we're here to be a full, complete partner. And if anything we can do to be helpful, Mr. Allen, Mr. Fruman, we will.
Really appreciate it. And I think I have some sense of some of the friction points, and we'll try to be helpful on those things. But it's great to hear. I mean, it's a phenomenal program.
Thank you,
And
Councilmember.
so much of this is old home week for me. My son was in
course.
Home Run Baseball Camp.
May I add one small
Please
10-second note? One of the things that Home Run has been so popular in the community, we offer many people their first summer job. So teenagers from across the city, much like SYEP does, we hire those youngsters to work as coaches. We give them priority in the hiring. We train them, we pay them, obviously, on and on. And that's been so boys and girls start at 4 and often stay till they're 20 or 21 as coaches. And that's been a nice longitudinal impact the program has had. I just want to add that.
My son Jay started at 4 years old. He aged out at 12, then he became a coach until he went to college.
Yeah, family friends in the same
Yeah.
kind of role.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Turn to Adam Goldman.
Hi, Adam Goldman. I'm the president of Capitol Hill Little League. We're the largest little league in DC with nearly 700 kids. I'm in my second year as president of the league. As Little League International makes sweeping changes this spring, allowing kids ages 4 to 7 to play in any league they desire, I anticipate our league growing even more in a ward where baseball field space is getting tighter and tighter. We're obviously a nonprofit made up solely of volunteers. For many on our board, this is basically a second job. We're not getting paid for this. I want to hit two themes during my testimony. The first is getting what you pay for. That means DPR fulfilling its end of the bargain when we purchase permits. For example, most of the lights at Fort Lincoln haven't worked in more than a year, if not longer, making play at night impossible. The lights at Zimmerman Turf Field at Randall Recreation Center simply need to be adjusted so we can play at night. DGS says they don't have the money to adjust the lights at Zimmerman, a relatively new field that was built in 2016 in partnership with Under Armour. I literally found the contractor who installed the lights at Zimmerman. The contractor said it only requires a cherry picker to adjust the lights. That's a fixable problem that would dramatically improve the field usage at night. That's hurting the kids. What's the bottom line? We're buying permit time that we can't fully use for various reasons, and that means less fields for practices and games in the evening. We would also expect fields to be in better condition. The diamonds are as hard as diamonds, creating safety issues for kids. There are terrible drainage issues in multiple fields across the city, from Randall Grass Field to Guy Mason. Because of lighting issues, we've been playing at Benning Stoddard Recreation Center in a different ward. Those dugouts turn into swamps after a light rain. There has to be a better system in dealing with these fields and making sure they're playable. DPR relies on DGS and nothing gets done for months, if not years. We need the fields to be working as baseball grows in the city. But most importantly, it's not too much to ask what you pay for. The second theme of my testimony, let us help you. Does everyone know about DPR's adoption agreement? You should. It's on DPR's website. We have an adoption agreement for Randall Grass Field that has been waiting to be signed since July by the DPR director, since July. See, Capitol Hill Little League is waiting to spend a lot of money on Randall Field and turn it into something special like the DPR field in Chevy Chase. We have the resources to help the city. Our investment in the field aligns exactly with the renovation of Randall Recreation Center. We need the director of DPR to sign the agreement so we can help the city, so we can build a home run fence and hang advertisement banners, so we can raise money to give more scholarships and provide equipment to those scholarship kids, so we can make sure every family has the resources to travel to out-of-state Little League tournaments. We gave more than 100 scholarships away in 2024, no questions asked. Once CH Capitol Hill completes the renovation with DPR's approval, it can host City League tournaments, an exciting opportunity for Ward 6. And like other Little Leagues around the city, Capitol Hill Little League can finally have a home. So again, let us help you. We're ready to invest in city fields and make a difference in our community. You just got to give us the green light to do good. Lastly, I want to thank the many DPR employees for the hard work they do. Many have been extremely helpful as I navigate this system. That's all.
Thank you very much. Let's turn now to John Solomon from the Aspen Institute.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is John Solomon. I'm Community Impact Director for the Aspen Institute's Project Play Initiative. We're a national nonprofit based in Washington, D.C. that develops insights, ideas, and opportunities to help stakeholders build healthy communities through sports. We're a big believer that all children should receive equitable access to sports, given the physical, social, emotional, and academic benefits that come from playing. We're currently partnering with Under Armour on a report coming out in early 2025 called State of Play Washington, D.C. that will identify barriers and opportunities for more children to access sports. Our research process includes surveying more than 500 children in the district about their experiences in sports, holding focus groups with children, parents, and coaches, interviewing key stakeholders in the community, and analyzing existing data. Our advisory group helps guide our research and includes many organizations whose work impacts children in the district, such as government, police, schools, businesses, nonprofits like GoPlay, and every DC Pro sports team. While we have not written the report yet, and I don't profess to be an expert on permitting in DC, I can share some themes from our work that perhaps can be useful for this discussion. To Ann's point earlier, only 26% of DC boys and 20% of girls receive at least 60 minutes of physical activity each day. That's according to data from the CDC. And sadly, that's around the national average. Federal data from the National Survey of Children's Health shows that 55% of DC children ages 6 to 17 played on a sports team in 2021 and 2022. That was above the national average of 51%. But if you dive deeper, you see some dramatic differences in DC participation rates. 65% of DC boys play sports versus only 44% of girls. While 75% of white children in the district play sports, only 47% of Black children do so. There's not a one-size-fits-all solution to create more equitable access. Reasons we heard about why some children don't play include demands of schoolwork, lack of interest, increasing costs, transportation, safety concerns, lack of awareness about programming, and as we've heard a lot today, the lack of quality accessible fields. There's tremendous work being done by many youth sports programs in the district to help children play. Unfortunately, like many communities across the country, the systems often are not integrated, so people operate in silos. One potential idea is forming a DC Athletic Council that convenes key stakeholders together to help create better systems, information sharing, and resources for children to play sports. Fairfax County and Montgomery County are examples of local communities doing this. Another idea is DC could create a user-friendly online youth sports provider directory and facilities map that can help families identify the sports organization that makes sense to them and transparent information to providers on spaces that are available to play. Boston is trying this right now through a new citywide initiative, and they're using data from more than 300 sports providers in this directory to better understand and react to challenges on the ground. While we've heard many challenges today, I'd say the good news is there's so much energy and great work happening throughout the district, allowing children to play sports. So the next step is really enabling investment that sustains these terrific programs, and I would also say expanding opportunities to try to build better systems. Thanks for giving me the time to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Solomon. I think I don't see Brenda Richardson. Corey?
Hi, can you hear me? Yep.
Yep.
Hi, thanks so much for having this hearing. I think everyone probably agrees this is extremely illuminating. There are a lot of friendly faces on this call, people I know from when my children, I have 3 boys, have done home run baseball camp, Cap City Little League, PPA, DC Soccer Club. But there's a lot of people in the city and a lot of wards, and it's not just our local area. Some background for me, I am the founder of Friends of Hearst Park, which is the official park partner to Hearst Recreation Center in Ward 3. It was brought up a little earlier in this hearing because it has a large grass athletic field. Friends of Hearst Park was formed in connection with the overhaul of the park, which included a new outdoor pool. And there was a lot of negativity around putting that in. So we were hoping to bring some positive energy and community involvement to this beautiful new park. The new grass field had new sprinklers, new drainage to help with some previous water issues, but predictably, 2 years later, the field was essentially dead with rocks and sand and just not a suitable surface for student or adult athletes to play on. So what we've been trying to do, and I've submitted this in my written testimony, is install a new grass field because, as Councilmember Furman mentioned, turf fields are particularly radioactive. I personally support turf fields with lights to help alleviate some of these issues that we've been discussing today. But we were willing and able to install a brand new Bermuda grass field, and we did the research. We have the quotes that say the maintenance for a type of field like that, even with substantial use by athletes and community alike, is about $12,000 to $15,000 a year. That's assuming that the district is going to mow and turn on the sprinklers. We have been waiting for our right of entry permit since July 1st. We have stopped receiving responses to emails, which we ask, is it coming? And we missed our window to install this grass in the summer of 2024, but now I'm starting to lose confidence that we're going to get it in time for June of 2025. And I'm putting it out there today because I I just want to know who is accountable and how are we going to do this? Because it seems very clear that we have the fields built. We just need to maintain them. And even when there is a community organization with financial support available, it becomes an enormous issue just to be able to do it. And this is a no strings attached donation. This doesn't mean that somebody has to have priority access. It's not just one soccer club or one football club that's going to be able to use this. This is going to be a community resource. And we are willing to put ourselves out there and possibly embarrass ourselves, because in a year the field could look like it's terrible. But the reason for that is going to be because I can't get a response from the people who are supposed to be responsible about whether or not the sprinklers have been turned on, whether or not the sprinklers are functioning properly, whether or not it's going to be mowed on schedule. So I just feel like we need to be talking here today a lot about what resources we have available that don't cost so much. You know, we're talking about the fees that people are being charged, you know, that are increasing and the services are going down. Where is the money going? Where are the resources? Where are the people whose job it is to go out and maintain these fields? Why is there no maintenance plan when they put in a new beautiful field? And why are we here 3 years later looking at a dirt patch when it could be one of the premier fields in the city? I don't want to go over in time. I know everybody has. But that is what I wanted to say today. And I really appreciate all the organizations that are here, because it's incredible what the efforts of these people, many of them are volunteers. It's unbelievable. And I know that we can do this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Corey. Come back around on questions. I'm going to start with Anne at the fields at RFK. One of the things that we heard from some other witnesses was that there are fields there that aren't being used. And I wonder if you can speak to that. I think there was a reference to a grass field that wasn't being used, and then a former practice field for DC United that wasn't being used. Can you help us understand what's going on there?
Yes, a little bit. I would encourage you to ask Events DC directly. Again, I am their contractor. There are 2 full-size rectangular soccer fields along Oklahoma Avenue that used to be leased by DC United. One of them is turf. It is, in my opinion, terrible condition. You would not want your children to play on it. It's what I would call a OG first generation turf with like holes and those black beeble balls that just pervade your car and everything, and your child would slip and fall and twist an ankle easily. They use that area to store equipment that they like equipment that is used on the campus, on campus wide. Then there is a grass field there that used to be DC United's practice field. My understanding is that you know, it's a, yeah, I actually want to not comment. I don't exactly know for sure. You should ask them.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Overcash, again, Old Home Week. I served on the ANC when that field was built at Chevy Chase Park, where we were able to get lights on the field. And it is not that the net is forgotten. We raise it with DPR and DGS all of the time. There's also a net at Guy Mason that is broken and needs to be fixed. All of I think the Bryce Harper lights issue is new to me, but we will try to get on that one. The locked restrooms, I think, is an issue that other people experience, and it's a challenge. But that's a thing that we will focus on. And I actually have also heard I don't want to call out one particular rec center, but we do hear periodically that there might be a rec center employee who's not as welcoming as one would hope, or at least that's the claim, that they're not as welcoming as one would hope. But very much those things are on our radar screen as things that we want to address. Mr. McCarthy, the work of Home Run Baseball is amazing. The fact that you've been doing it for 30 years is really amazing. The arrangement that you have in Northwest Little League is also, I think, is a part of it, of doing the ongoing maintenance. Is that a formal agreement that you have with DPR, or is that just a thing that's evolved over time?
It's not formal. It has evolved over time. Northwest Little League and I, and Friends of Friendship, of course, have done a lot of the work planting trees, installing 2 new fields, daily maintenance, monthly maintenance, aeration, mowing, the seeding, the watering. A lot of our teenagers are trained to do it, but no, it's not a formal arrangement.
Yeah, so I mean, and it's an interesting thing, because I have had conversations with folks at DPR who worry getting that kind of investment's critical. I hear from the Jackson Reed baseball team, the field at Fort Reno is getting to a situation where there's like a lip of grass where the outfield starts and on the base paths, and it's dangerous. And it would take work, and there are folks who are involved in the work that you guys do who have ideas about how to fix it, but figuring out how to get all the permissions to do it and get it done without somebody thinking they then own it. That's part of the challenge that we face. And when I'm going to ask about some of these partnership agreements, and I want to push for these partnership agreements, it's hard not to note that one is in my ward, in Ward 3, another in Ward 6, and it can't just be that we're improving fields in those places. And so it really needs to be a thing that frees up resources that maybe folks in one community invest, but that enables DPR and DGS to invest that much more in other places. That's the tension. There's a lot of talk about equity, but we got to carry through on that equity. Those numbers that we heard about, the numbers and percentages of kids who are participating in sports, that should be an alarm bell. I mean, we need to create opportunities for all of our kids, including the kids who feel like they have the least opportunity. And so getting that right is going to be a thing that needs to be a focus. Mr. Solomon, I'm curious when you think your report is going to come out, and how specific you expect to get in terms of recommendations about things that we could be doing in the report that eventually comes out.
Yeah, so the report will likely come out in early 2025, probably around March, I'd say. And there will be recommendations based on from the survey, from conversations as well. I think there will be some specificity. We're also going to be using our advisory group to provide feedback in advance, and we continue to have conversations with a lot of key stakeholders to understand, like, where are the levers within DC to find the right champions and to create greater investment is particularly needed, as well as what we're hearing today.
So, you're looking in DC, but you've been looking in other places, and there's a topic that we're not talking about much today, but is going to be a thing that I have a feeling we'll have some witnesses testify about, and is front and center in lots of ways, and that is turf versus grass. And I wonder whether you will, in your report, speak to the issues of turf versus grass, and speak to the claims about safety around turf, because everybody's pushing for more capacity. Lights is one way, turf is another way, but then others point to safety issues around turf. Will you explore those issues in the report that you've done? Do you have experience in other places that you could point us to on those questions?
I'd say we're not an experts when it comes to that. It certainly is an issue, and I think you'll see it appear in the report, but I wouldn't present us as like experts on whether there should be turf or should be grass. But you're right, it's a complicated issue because in theory, having these turf fields makes a lot more sense. They are more manageable, can be maintained. You can have multiple sports be on the field. On the other hand, there are experts out there in the health space who urge caution related to certain types of turf fields for health purposes.
So you'll touch it, but you're not going to go deep on that issue.
I don't know. I don't know how deep we'll go on it. Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that's a thing that'll be a subject for another day, because I think it's an important issue that sits out there. You referenced a survey. Is there a way can you let folks know how they can participate in that survey, or is it too late, or is there still time?
Yeah, if you mean the survey of youth, that's closed. So we're complete with that. But yeah, we definitely want to share the report to everyone far and wide when it comes out. And then the hope is that there are activations coming out of it, and and investments potentially from the private sector as well.
So when you referenced a DC Athletic Council, which is intriguing, and you said that Fairfax is doing something like this and Montgomery is doing something like this. What does that look like? Is that a thing that you expect to be part of your recommendations, and how should we be thinking about that now?
Yeah, it could be. So increasingly across the country, there's been more athletic councils within communities. A lot of it has coming after COVID. COVID really showed a lot of disparities in terms of access to sports and physical activity. And there's not a one-size-fits-all solution of how it can be led. It could be led by government agencies. It could be led by nonprofits. There are different examples. The Fairfax County Athletic Council has been around since like the 1970s. They help with permitting standards. They have 23 voting members. It includes representatives from districts and towns around the county. There are at-large representatives who can speak up for diversity concerns and general issues. They have a representative from 8 of the largest team sports, right, to speak to sports-specific issues. And then there are also non-voting members who come from county government. So really the top, right, the governments and schools and parks and rec leaders with the grassroots providers, and having a space to really start hashing out and tackling some of these really challenging issues like permitting.
All right. Well, very much looking forward to your report, and thank you very much for coming out. Ms. Corey and I think it's Adam Goldman, the partnerships, the stalled partnerships is a significant issue. Corey, you spoke to, and I want to see this happen. I think I'm really grateful for all of the work that you've done. You said, well, we could get egg on our face because we do a grass field, and then in 2 years it's been seriously damaged. But I mean, how concerned are you about that happening? One of the things that I think people will say is, well, if you limit access to the field, if you put a fence up around the field, then the life of the field would be longer. But I mean, I can picture the reaction if somebody tried to put a fence around the field at Hearst that's never had a fence around it. So can you talk to those issues, longevity of your investment and ways to protect it that might give some comfort to DPR about the wisdom of moving forward?
Right. I mean, the thing with the fences is that the reason the field looks the way it does right now is not because there was no fence. I mean, Hearst particularly benefits from being a sunken field with like 3 sides of it completely hidden. It's enclosed by a hill. It's enclosed by Hearst Elementary School. It's enclosed by the pool and the tennis courts. People aren't just wandering off the street into Hearst Park. And again, like, yes, a fence, it would keep people off, sort of, but like, it's not going to prevent you know, people from getting the permits and using the field. The problem is the grass that was installed initially was like tall fescue or something that wasn't the type of grass that is meant for athletic use. And I have spent an insane amount of time. We have a turf grass consultant. I've spoken to all of the capital sports fields, the turf maintenance like companies, talking about how can we make this field a field that's sustainable. And they say, you know, you could put in slip draining, which costs like $80,000. They should have done that in the first place. Yeah, okay, it's too late. We have a pretty decent drainage system there. It doesn't always work, but they can go around that. You cannot expect a field that gets thousands of people running on it every day to last if you don't do simple things like aerate and overseed and water and mow it properly. I mean, all of these things. And I had raised my hand in April of 2022 and said, can we put seed down and water the grass? And they're like, the best we can do is slip seed it and not turn on the sprinklers, because the sprinkler water turn on is in the pool house, which is closed until May. So the only reason the sprinklers even got turned on that year were because we randomly were at the property when the guy was looking for the turn on, and we called the contact at DPR to come and send somebody to open the door. So that the reason that I'm worried in 2 years that this field is going to be dead is not because you can't have a grass field in DC. You can have nice things. You just have to take care of it. And I'm worried because the person who's in charge of the sprinkler system and the turn on, the turn off will not respond to an email, even from a member of your office, Councilmember Fruman, from the person at DPR, who's the community outreach person, does not respond. That is their job. How can they simply not respond to an email? So how are we going to put down the money that people are so nicely donating to do this field and create this amazing resource when we can't get a response to an email?
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to turn to Mr. Goldman, who, and if, are you getting any feedback? I guess you're not. I guess what you were saying before is that you're not getting any response at this point, but that it's been sitting there since
No,
July.
so you have an arrangement on your website that allows you to adopt a field, right? It's literally on your DPR's website. So I went through the process and I've worked with DPR to adopt the Randall Field. And you know, there are benefits for us and there are benefits for the city. And we signed this agreement in July and returned it to DPR. It's literally been sitting on the director's desk, I think, since July. So we missed an opportunity, and part of the agreement is we will aerate, seed, right, and do the field. You know, we get to put up a home run fence as a donation, not part of the agreement. And I don't understand what's happening. Like we're literally ready to spend an enormous amount of money, which not will just benefit Capitol Hill, but it'll benefit the softball, right? Whoever uses the field is going to benefit. And the director has not signed the agreement. And we signed it in July. And I will say this, below the director, the people who have helped navigate this agreement have been amazing. They really have. So I don't want to leave you the impression that, you know, the people who handled this DPR adoption haven't been helpful. In fact, it's just the opposite. So we're sitting here ready to invest. We're ready to give this city tens of thousands of dollars in form of a donation.
All right, thank you very much. The
Yeah.
director, I am sure is watching and I'm sure understands.
I hope she is. She should call me.
Okay. Well, I see two hands are up. Rachel, did you have something else that you wanted to add?
I'm just gonna kind of piggyback on what both Adam and Corey said, and I think, you know, I appreciate that, you know, that the netting is a problem and although it has not been fixed at Chevy Chase, but I think the reality is that you have organizations who want to partner with the city, who want to invest their own money to improve the field, and there's been a barrier created for that. And so how can we move forward so that we can get the repairs we want for our field in partnership, but even funding it ourselves? So I just wanted to put that out there. I think that's a common theme I've heard today.
All right, great. And Anne? Oh, I think you're on mute, Anne.
I'm so sorry. I just thought I'd offer that we have had a similar experience where I had a sponsor willing to replace a bad turf field with grass. They were willing to do the whole thing. I spoke with some great people at DPR, and nobody felt like they had the authority to let us do anything. And we went around and around for about a year, and then I lost the sponsor. So that, what you're hearing, I just wanted to add that we've also experienced that. On the safety of turf versus grass, I think the most important thing I would say that's top line is that any unmaintained field is dangerous. So whether it's turf or grass, it can be dangerous for adults and kids, for everyone. And what I've observed in 25 years as a resident here, that there is woefully lacking maintenance. We invest hundreds of millions of dollars in capital at DPR sites and at DCPS sites with absolutely no practical plan for maintenance in place when they're designed. And my sense is, and every time I've engaged with DGS on an issue like this, there are no technical experts at DGS that understand what the specifications are for maintenance. They know how to manage contracts and procurement and check all the boxes for CBEs and things like that, but they don't seem to understand the specific specifications of how often you should comb, brush, and aerate a turf field, for instance. How often you should refill the infill, like the lip that I heard someone talk about on a grass field. You know, once you let it get to that lip, then the entire field needs to be resurfaced. So the lack of maintenance is creating both a dangerous issue and an increased cost issue over time. Yeah. Then lastly, I just want to comment on the point of a council. We at Go Play feel really strongly that our sports industry in DC needs to work together to do a better job of collectively communicating. And we hope as an organization to help that come about. An example that I would give you that I feel is the best illustration. During COVID, you and I could get permission to go back to a restaurant or a bar at 25% or 50% of occupancy and have a drink, but I couldn't give someone a permit to play soccer. So the voices were there for the economics of the restaurant industry, and that prevailed, but the public health and public safety issue of playing outside was virtually unaddressed for months and months and months and months and months. And again, to me, what needs to happen on our end, I mean, on the industry's end, as well as on the government's end, is a better dialogue about the role of sports and recreation for all residents citywide, all ages. We haven't even touched today on senior citizens and the challenges for senior citizens
So
and high quality.
I hear you on that, and that actually is another issue that is dear to me. My wife actually used to run senior programs, and they would do them at the rec centers and the libraries. But I hear you, and I think the idea of the industry needing to come together and the kind of idea on the council, really valuable idea to put on the table. Your whole point about equity and making sure that we're looking at that takes me back to where we started with Amir. Amir, I think you're probably 6 years ahead of my children at what was then called Wilson. I don't know if you knew any of my children. And when you said about Bethesda Soccer, is that Pete Mellart?
Maybe
Yeah.
it's the Colton brothers who are leaders there now. They're
Who are
AU
they now?
alums.
And my son played for them.
Yeah.
And I hear you on this issue, and we heard it from Mr. Solomon as well, some of the numbers behind it. And
Yep.
I was delighted this year, going back to what I was saying about Wilson versus Bell for years as the DCIA championship game. And it was also interesting that on the girls' side, it wasn't Bell, it was Wilson versus School Without Walls, which were the kids who did what was then Stoddard soccer. Again, the same thing. I was delighted this year, Coolidge won the
Coolidge, yep. A number of players that participate in our program are on that team at Coolidge.
Is that right? I was
Proud to say that.
so delighted to see that because
Yeah. It's awesome.
So I let you go. The themes you were talking about were really important. I let you go, but I do want to bring it home with you because I think these equity issues and making soccer available. I'm thinking soccer, but I also baseball is another one where the Jackson Reed baseball team has been the DCIA champion for 30 years. Like, it's not right. That's where my kids went, but we want more kids playing these sports. Do you have specific things that you think we should be zeroing in on as the way to try to achieve that?
Yeah, I mean, I would go back to, John came by our program. He spoke with some of our kids and some of our staff, and we've had conversation with him. I would touch on what he said. Information is vital and knowledge is vital as a starting point. I think that if you look at a lot of youth programs, pay-to-play programs, there is no bilingual communication. There's no bilingual marketing. There's no marketing in Spanish, for example. So all of our communications go out in English and Spanish. I don't know if I mentioned, but 90% of our youth, their parents are immigrants to the US. And I think that knowledge and being able to communicate in a safe and welcoming environment for those kids, maybe the kids themselves don't speak English as well as the parents. I think that's vital as a starting point, right? To be able to relate to somebody, to look them in the eye and, like I said, make them feel comfortable. The transportation being a key issue. In addition to this knowledge gap, we also close that gap by putting all of our fields, or we permit fields intentionally by public transportation and accessible to public transportation. A lot of our families don't have cars, and their kids are oftentimes showing up to practice at the older ages on their own. Right, even some younger players. So having our fields accessible to bus routes, to metro stations is vital for our kids and our families to participate. So I would lean on those. And then the cost barrier, I know programs are working hard in different ways to alleviate cost concerns and that as an obstacle. But to play competitive soccer, as you know, right, in this area, it's at a starting point at the very lowest, $2,000 annually just to register. Then there's a lot of costs layered on top of that, right? Some clubs are up to $3,500, $4,000 as just a registration fee to play club soccer, travel soccer. So if you look at those three things, that knowledge and the resources, the language barriers that can exist, the transportation, and then I would also highlight we served a few players early on, one of which is at James Madison University. She earned a full scholarship. Her team just won the Sun Belt Conference Championship, and she's going to play in the NCAA tournament tomorrow. She came out of our program, and we're super proud of Ariana and everything she's achieved. But what we learned with those players and to, you know, some of the points that Tyson and others were making here, that just putting them on a soccer team was not enough to facilitate their growth and development, to ensure that they had access to upward social mobility in the form of, you know, pursuing higher education, right? To ensure they had access to youth development workshops and resources, college prep, SAT prep, you know, assistance with FAFSA and applications. So all of those things we saw as gaps in a young person's experience, and why pay to play organizations or clubs don't really serve the community in the way that they need to be served. Our community that I'm talking about, which is, like I said, are our most at risk and marginalized people in DC. So those things I think are super important. And I do believe that if we're to close this equity gap, you know, programs like ours need to be more prominent around the city in all sports. And programs like ours need priority field usage in order to get the spaces and the times that we need. And so I'll expand on that. We have 500 kids in our program. I know I'm talking a long time. We have 500 kids in our program compared to like DC Soccer Club or some of these other clubs. The DC Soccer Club, as an example, 10,000 kids. Like, yes, you could go, we could provide field space for them to get to 12,000, 15,000, 20,000 kids. But what about the kids that can't afford it, right? What about spaces and resources for programs like ours where the demand is tremendous, right? We're trying to keep up with it and meet it, you know, due to capacity and budgetary constraints. We can't keep up with that demand as quickly as we'd like to yet. But my hope through, you know, coming here and sharing our story is that, you know, we can get closer to that end and, you know, being able to positively impact the DC community in the way that we'd like to.
I really appreciate it. And we want more stories like Ariana, I think you
Yep.
said.
Yep.
And I hear you on that. One of the things, and the data that Mr. Solomon provided is telling. And one of the things that we talk about are the fees and where the dollars go, and how do we make sure that dollars are not a barrier to kids having access to these kinds of programs. And my son, when he played soccer, if you didn't play travel soccer, you weren't going to play on your high school team. Like you
Right.
need to, so staying focused on how we create more opportunity for the kids who need opportunity the most is a super high priority. And thank you very much for what you're doing in that space. And thank you to Mr. McCarthy. Thank you to all the panel. I think we're going to go to our.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, yeah.
just a very quick comment, sir, please. Thank you. The risk of sounding a bit dramatic, I want to go back quickly to the turf versus grass. I prefer to say grass and dirt. And I actually think that there's something un-American about playing on turf. Let me explain. There's something beautiful, aesthetically artistic, when a white soccer uniform is green grass stained. There's something very beautiful about a baseball uniform that is dirty because you keep sliding into second base trying to steal it. There's something absolutely gorgeous about playing in the mud in a rainstorm, football, and your face is completely covered with mud. There's something aesthetically beautiful and spiritually important. And so I think that the issue is what Coach McCarthy does. He takes leadership in maintaining that dirt grass field, and we can help with taking leadership. I think it's un-American to play on turf, and I think it's artistically and spiritually beneficial to play on grass and dirt. And we would love to be able to help DPW in the city maintain those fields. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bernie, for bringing us home with that aesthetic. Thank you very much. I think we're going to turn to our next and last panel of public witnesses. So, Elizabeth Engel, Brooke Jameson, James House, Paul Gay. Let's see, how are we doing? Minna Williams, David Smith, and Laura Finizzi. So, Elizabeth, I think you are first up.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm Elizabeth Engel, and I am the president of Friends of Lafayette Pointer Park. We're an organization that's been involved in the Lafayette Pointer Park since 1999, and we largely maintain the park. We maintain the gardens around the park, all entirely volunteers. And Lafayette Pointer Park is sort of unique in the city because it's located on the same property with Lafayette Elementary School. So the grounds are really, they join up together. They're basically shared. And so the field at that park, which was for a long time believed to be the park property, DPR property, is actually the school field. And so anyway, it sort of operates as both. It's the school field during the daytime, and then it's becomes the community neighborhood field in the after hours. I will just say I'm also a parent of school-aged athletes, and I myself, my husband, both athletes also really, really deeply appreciate the value of building community through sports. And my kids have played in some of the leagues of nice people who are here today also. And so I sort of have I have a lot of different perspectives on the use. I will say two things quickly about Lafayette Park. We do have a pending partnership agreement also, and have been trying to figure out a mechanism by which we could help enhance and maintain the grass field. Although it is being a DCPS property, that's more complicated. I guess they don't know of a mechanism for that. In terms of like fields for the sports playing, I would say that the fields at RFK, which I know have been mentioned, are absolutely ideal in my world. I've done a million trips from Upper Northwest to the RFK fields at rush hour, at all hours. It's not easy, but to be honest, it's actually I think it's the better setting because it is more accessible. My kids have formed friendships with kids from other schools and other parts of town that we just wouldn't be on teams with if we were not making the trip to RFK. We've also spent some time at McKinley Tech and Anacostia High School. Both had great fields there also. And so I think in terms of when you all are looking at the investment in upgrading, in permitting, in just the infrastructure that we already have with the schools, I would say that the middle schools and high schools, I think, would be the best value for us in terms of the investment because they also have high school and middle school teams, so they'd be able to use the facilities, and these schools actually usually have parking. They tend to be on the metros, so making the accessibility issue even better. So running out of time, but those are some of the points I wanted to hit. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Brooke Jameson. So Brooke Jameson, James House, Paul Gay, not Minna Williams. Okay, over to David Smith.
Hello, thanks for having me. I'm a parent of 3 kids in DCPS at 3 different schools, and I was approached a couple years ago to be the baseball coach at Hardy Middle School. So I went ahead and said yes, and I'm a longtime Northwest Little League volunteer. I coach teams over there, and as I got into it, I realized I would be coaching a lot less baseball and instead doing a lot more administrative work here because we were a team without a field. And having Jelliff be right across the street and unavailable to us, having Guy Mason be, less than half mile up the road and be unavailable to us. Friendship is just a mile away and it's unavailable. So we ended up getting a handshake deal to get Jelliff for 90 minutes, 1 day a week. While we practice, there's usually other teams without permits playing soccer, playing lacrosse out in the outfield, and we usually don't bother them. And then our home field, as scheduled by sort of DCIAA and DPR, was Taft, which is an hour-long school bus ride at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, making it really hard for parents to get across there. And these are our home games. I realize away games we're going to have to travel, but it's just been a challenge for us, especially when on the bus. Sometimes we see fields that are not being used. The teams that have the permit, maybe they're playing away games that day, but because they have the permit sort of for the entire season, we're unable to kind of get the field for that particular day. Additionally, some of the high school and middle school baseball, softball are staggered a little bit. So middle school kind of goes after high school. Again, the permits were still in place, even though the fields weren't being used. So my call to action here is a little bit better coordination amongst DCPS or DCIAA and DPR. To me, and I appreciate everybody else here that's got their own sort of different nonprofit in their league and all of that. But here with schools, it's very predictable. We know how many middle schools have a baseball program. We know how many high schools have a baseball program. So I think we can get out in front of this one and make better use and really optimize the fields that are there. Additionally, like I said, Northwest Little League, I also coach a team there. I can tell you I have the permit to the field, but there's always at least 2 soccer teams practicing out in the outfield unpermitted. So that just kind of goes to show you the demand that's out there for these fields. We always let them. I never say that they have to get off the field. And finally, at the risk of being unpatriotic, I'll put in my 2 cents for turf. I've been to many baseball tournaments and other fields where I've seen turf infields actually be helpful in actually playing the games. So I agree, I prefer dirt, but I actually also prefer playing as opposed to getting rained out. So thank you for your time. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Laura?
Can you hear me?
Sure can, and congratulations. I understand you're a newly elected ANC commissioner.
Oh, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yep. Sure.
Okay, I can barely hear you. Thank you. Yes, so I'm the commissioner-elect for ANC 34G, and that's the area in which Lafayette Field and Elementary School are. And they share the same property, and also our school is unusual in that our school population draws from 2 wards. And while our neighborhood has the largest elementary school in the city, we do not have a second park with a second baseball field in our neighborhood, as a lot of the other Ward 3, like Janney Friendship or Key Palisades or March Forest Hill do. And we need to get our grass field fixed. We were supposed to have the grass field fixed after the school renovation when the community donated what was then known as the park to use by trailers, and the city did not install the field correctly. They did not install the underground piping that they had promised to give us. They did not use good peat and sand mixture. They used fill dirt from digging up the underground cafeteria. The soil was not decompacted. They laid the wrong type of sod because they were behind schedule. Then they failed to water it. The in-ground drains were above grade, and many of these problems arose when the field was under warranty. They were brought up to the city. The city never addressed it. And then over the last 7 years, there's been just complete neglect of the field. It's either been overwatered to the point of algae blooms or underwatered. The sprinklers have not been turned on in the last 5 years. They have not aerated or reseeded in the last 7 years, as they used to do twice a year when DPR had the field. And the field was removed from the mowing contract 3 times. So it literally grew to the height of a hay field. We have every tick mark checked off for a grass field. We have the promise from the city before construction to redo the grass. We had an MOU to this from the city that we would have a grass field in perpetuity. It's been supported by our ANC, by our council member. It's been also supported by 1,000 users of a petition, mostly parents. And many people are concerned about the environmental effects, the cost. Arlington, Virginia found in their working group that studied this last year that they have like 1.7 million is the 10-year cost of an artificial field versus 800,000 for a grass field. But the city just announced on Thursday that because of council legislation, which mandates the installation of a grass field, that they will not be doing anything. They will not be refixing the field. And they also announced they would not be repairing the track, which was completely damaged by the trailers. It had anchor bolts put in it. And that was never redone either. And in Sustainable DC 2.0, in their health goals, the city says they need to design recreational spaces to reflect the resident preferences and culture of the local population. But now we have executive agencies who have basically demolished this field by neglect and are refusing to fix it. We need your help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just have a few questions. Elizabeth, are you related to a former ANC Commissioner, David Engel?
I'm not, but every time I order takeout, I get the same question. So he must live near me.
Yeah. If it's Lafayette Pointer Park, then I mean he's up in Chevy Chase, DC, and would be a good thing to be related to him. I have not engaged on this Lafayette Pointer Park, these issues. It was a Ward 4 issue, and I felt like defer to Janice. And now I'm in a little bit of a different role, and I saw on the listservs the reports about, I guess, the recent ANC meeting, and I need to understand it better. But I guess, I mean, what I saw on the listserv, is this the field? Where is this field? Is it the baseball field?
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
it is
it's
the baseball
it's
field?
where the Cap City Little League plays.
Okay. And then there's another field up higher up, closer to where Lafayette Pointer Rec Center is that right?
It's next to the playground, and it's pretty small. It's more like a dog run type area, or people sort of mill around, but it's on a kind of on top of a hill and sort of rounded, and it's relatively small area, but it doesn't have anything there except for grass and some trees.
Okay, so I mean, one of the things, and I think another of your ANC commissioners, Michael Zeldin, reached out earlier in the year about this question of turf versus grass, and you've heard it talked about. I didn't realize it was going to turn into a patriotism thing, but that's a new twist on it. I think I and Councilmember Lewis George both had said we thought that doing some kind of information gathering hearing on this topic is a thing that needs to happen because it's out there, and I'm not an expert in this area, so I think we need to do some information gathering around this, and that's a thing I think we both pledged to do. I should be careful not to speak too much for her, as you know, but so I don't want to go deeper on that here. I think we are going to have to go deeper on that at some point in the near term. On the, Mr. Smith, on the access to a field, I'm trying to think of, for Hardy, what's the solution? I mean, is there a natural home field for a baseball team at Hardy?
Well, I mean, I think Guy Mason and Friendship are the two obvious answers here. And so last year we actually got permission from the permit holder sort of at the last minute to use Guy Mason. And then we found out that Guy Mason didn't have the equipment necessary to make it playable by DCIA rules. So even though we got the field, it didn't have the right pitching mount. So it was going to be a sort of injury risk for the people playing on it. So we sort of had to go back to the regularly scheduled. But I've I'm trying to get out in front of it this year a little bit, and want to at least try to make an effort to get the 4 home games played close to us, whether at Guy Mason or Friendship, or potentially Fort Reno, which is not too far up Wisconsin Avenue there. But Fort Reno is usually in high demand. That's Steele and that's Jackson Reed, and they got plenty of time up there.
So, I mean, Laura just put in the chat, Jelliff. Is there a reason that Jelliff, which is across the street from Hardy, could Jelliff become available if Murray vacated Jelliff to go up into the Episcopal school site that's under construction now?
Yeah, potentially. It's not ideal as a baseball field because of how close right field is there. It's obviously more of a rectangle that's for soccer. But we do hold practice there, and I think for middle school baseball, it probably would be fine. I think you'd run into trouble as the kids get bigger. That fence gets a lot closer.
Okay. And Guy Mason, the pitcher's mound, actually, when I went to Fort Reno with the Jackson Reed baseball team, I think they're concerned about the pitcher's mound there. Is that a maintenance issue, or is that a thing that can't be fixed?
No, that's actually because I think Guy Mason is a softball field for Jackson Reed softball, right? This would be a portable pitcher's mound, right? Something that could be brought out. The bases would be pushed back, which it can do. The fences are fine. We just need a portable pitcher's mound that would meet the regulations to be there. I think they have an old one, but it's broken. It's not kept in good maintenance there. And I think Friendship actually has the same issue with their number one. They have a portable mound, but I'm not sure it sort of lives up to the specifications necessary. But I've sort of offered, I said, listen, I can try to get some PTO funds here. I can try to partner with Friends of Guy Mason and see if I can get some funds there and try to raise the money for something like this. So I'm happy to undertake some of those efforts if we can work on the permitting and the dates and things like that so that our middle school can play a little closer to home.
All right. Well, thank you very much for raising that. I think
Sure.
For now, I think that completes our public witness. Oh, I'm sorry. I see hands raised. Elizabeth and then Laura.
Thank you. One last thing I wanted to mention in terms of thinking about prioritizing access to fields. I think that the thought of thinking around looking at rosters and where the players are living is a great idea. And another thought that I'm not sure if this is possible, but is maybe what percentage of the rosters are receiving free and reduced lunch or SNAP benefits. Might be also a helpful way to prioritize the resources. And again, just thinking about location of the field in my experience organizing teams, transportation is a significant barrier to participation for a lot of kids. And so making sure that the fields are on areas where mass transit is going would be super helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think that's a great point on the rosters and the percentage of kids who are in free and reduced lunch. I think it's interesting. I mean, I think no formula is ever going to be perfect. And so you then get into a place where there has to be discretion inside of DPR and DCPS about what to do. I think one of the things that Amir raised was many of the kids he serves take transit to get to the field. And so if you put too much preference on kids who live close, do you box out Amir and his kids? So it's tricky, and it's going to be part science, but also part art, which is difficult to legislate. But thank you for those points. And Laura, I think I'm going to let you bring us home.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I had just two thoughts. One was sometimes we hear, people talk about could grass work, and they look at the current state of Lafayette Field. And I think it's really important to remember that this field was basically set up to fail. And I would love to see some kind of public-private partnership where the maintenance was not left to DGS and DPR, where we have things like friend of the Hearst Park can't get into her sprinklers. We have the same system where the controls are inside the school building, and then there's turnover and new people can't find them. There are a lot of interesting sports grass field firms that can do things like have internet-based sports watering. And so you can just kind of log on and set it to water. And I think a private partnership might be the way to go, and then see how we go. Another thing you mentioned about wanting information, and our ANC, we have the Commissioner Bruce Sherman, who lives in the district with the proposed, in process, Murray Field there at the Episcopal Center for Children. And he has had several town halls on turf and grass, and he has brought national experts. He has brought people on both sides of the equation and had all kinds of panelists. And there are several turf town halls, I think maybe 6 hours in total, that are very informative. So that might be worth, before trying to reinvent the wheel, maybe going and looking at those. And I'm sure just a quick phone call or email to Bruce, and he'd be happy to hook you up with those links.
I can assure you, Bruce has shared those links with me.
Okay.
I haven't, and so that is a place for sure to start. But I think this is the council. Lots of folks are going to want to focus on this. So that absolutely, and I know Joe on my staff has reviewed that closely. I won't claim to have reviewed it as closely yet, but the time will come. It is a thing that is out there. It is a thing that you all have put out there in a very significant way, and we do need to dig deeper into it. But for now, I want to put a pin in it and use those materials as a reference to be sure, and then figure out where we go in terms of some sort of a public process on it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for having this.
I think what I don't see Director Freeman, which is fortuitous. She's probably nearby, but I think what I would like to do is take a 5-minute break and come back, or 10-minute, which would you prefer? A 5-minute break and come back at 22:04, if that's okay. Do I gavel? I think we're just going to take a break, and I'm not going to gavel in and out. And when I'll see Director Freeman in 5 minutes. Thanks.
I really need a straw. Nobody has a straw.
All right, thank you. Well, I asked whether 5 or 10. You said 5. I took 10. My apologies. But so let's get started. It's the practice of this subcommittee to swear in all government witnesses. I mean, it's a practice actually that's just starting today because it's the first time that we're having a hearing. So please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the subcommittee on Recreation and Community Affairs is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Wonderful. Thank you very much. It's great to see you, Director Freeman. So I'll turn it to you. I know you have a video and testimony. I'll let you proceed as you think most appropriate, and then we'll turn to questions.
Congratulations to you on your first hearing. Good afternoon, Subcommittee Chairman Fruman, members of the Subcommittee on Recreation and Community Affairs, staff, and members of the public. My name is Thene Mack Freeman. I've been honored to serve as Director of the DC Department of Parks and Recreation. At DPR, we believe in bringing memorable moments to residents while promoting wellness and fostering resilient communities. DPR's mission is to provide equitable access to high-quality recreational programs, services, and facilities. We are amplifying our goal to professionalize play by firmly aligning our standards with CAPRA, the national accreditation body for recreation and parks. DPR is the district's biggest athletic field provider with 111 recreation fields across all 8 wards. We appreciate the opportunity to hear feedback from the public regarding access to our well-regarded assets. We view this as vital to the community and to today's public roundtable. During my testimony, I will provide an overview of DPR's permit operations and our process for ensuring equitable access. I will also highlight opportunities to build upon our success and further promote DC as a district of champions, putting us on the map as the premier hub for youth athletics. First, I'd like to share a brief video highlighting the critical work that DPR does on a daily basis to serve district residents. Thank you. DPR's 111 recreation fields include 56 standalone baseball fields and 55 rectangular fields, 13 of which are designed for multi-sport use. Our inventory includes 81 grass fields, which can be used during fall, spring, and summer, and 30 synthetic turf fields, which operate year-round. DPR offers 61 fields with lights, supporting extended field use in the evening hours. In FY24, DPR issued nearly 35,000 athletic field permits, including roughly 7,500 permits for 60 schools, 8,000 permits for 50 youth organizations, and over 5,500 permits for 300 adult and other organizations. DPR regulations have 4 permitting windows that align with spring, summer, fall, and winter seasonal activities. The highest volume of our field requests occur in the fall and spring. When issuing permits, DPR team works carefully to ensure equitable access, following our order of priority and establish factors to mediate competing requests. Some of you may remember that 10 years ago, DPR field permitting and usage was a topic of great interest. DPR's then committee chair, Councilmember Mary Che, established a DPR permitting task force and charged DPR with developing a consistent process for field permits established in regulation. I want to thank you for your work as the chair of the DPR Permitting Task Force while serving in the capacity of the former ANC 3E Commissioner. DPR utilized recommendations from this task force and ongoing engagements from 2013 to 2015 to establish our current regulations for athletic field permits and fees, which became final in 2016. You can refer to the to the Municipal Regulations Title 19, Amusement Parks and Recreation. I'd like to take a moment to highlight two key sections of DPR's regulations. 717.2, if more than one applicant is seeking a permit for the same permitted use or equipment at the same time, DPR will establish the following priority. A, DPR-sponsored activities. B, nonprofit partners such as programmatic partners, park partners, collaborative partners, or designated organizations recognized by the department in a written agreement. C, athletic programs organized by DCPS, any public charter school, or DC Athletic Association for competitive league play and not for intramurals. D, youth nonprofit organizations, including schools, principally serving DC residents. Adult nonprofit organizations serving DC residents. F, other organizations, groups, or individuals for private use that are based in the district. This priority helps DPR ensure that our accessible, low-cost programs, DC schools, and organizations focused on serving the district's youth have access to our inventory and fields. In addition, DPR's regulations 717.3 and 717.4 account for situations where more than one organization in the same category requests a field. In these cases, DPR has the executive authority to mediate a reasonable use schedule considering an established set of factors, including historical use, the number of district residents served, the uniqueness of the program, and the intended use for the field. For example, we may ask the parties to consider shared use, splitting hours, or dividing days. And DPR is more likely to grant a permit for baseball on a baseball diamond rather than soccer on a baseball diamond, because we want to maintain the field for which it is intended use. DPR's permits team works tirelessly with various DPR offices, carefully considering every permit request and working collaboratively with the athletics community to issue permits in a manner that maximizes use by various applicants. DPR stakeholders, shared use, and feedback have proven there's a need for more fields in DC, but that DPR's implementation of its regulation is fair, equitable, and affordable. DPR's regulations have been extremely successful in providing an equitable and transparent process for issuing permits. We also offer opportunities for fee waivers for organizations where fees may be a barrier to delivering vital programs to our youth and communities. However, having worked with these regulations since 2016, we recognize that there may be opportunities for growth and development. Here are some ideas that I am exploring with the team at DPR. Working with our online permitting system provider to improve the user experience and simplify the process of requesting permits for athletic fields. Updating our fee structure in a way that preserves equity and access while addressing artificial demand created by field rental fees well below market. Looking for opportunities to expand the use of existing fields by expanding hours of operation. Clarifying the requirements for organizations to be considered a youth nonprofit. Engaging in citywide conversations with our district government and National Park Service partners to consider the big picture of opportunities for places to play in Washington, D.C. In conclusion, I want to thank you, Subcommittee Chair Fruman, for convening this public roundtable on permitting access, use, and capacity of the district's athletic fields and shedding light on the immense value DPR fields bring to district residents. From Little League to youth football to soccer, adult softball, frisbee, bocce ball, pickleball, tennis, track, we know our DPR fields are vital in enhancing our community's quality of life and physical, social, and emotional wellness. And I am available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Freeman. Really, really appreciate it. I, while you were testifying, I'd read your testimony before and I was leafing through the Ready to Play plan. And I really do think, I mean, we have so much to be proud of in the work that we've done as a city and you've done at DPR, where every year, or we're the city with the best park system, we're the fittest city, we're doing a lot of really, really great things. You create demand when you're doing great things. So your neighbor is participating in a league and they're having a great experience, you want to do it. And so it's a good problem, but we have problems. I also want to acknowledge in all of the testimony today we had, and it was great. I mean, I think we had a really good cross section. I hope, I know members of your staff were watching. I hope people were taking it in. Lots of different stakeholders. Everyone, I think it's fair to say everyone acknowledge the challenges that you face in trying to navigate this and do it fairly. And so I didn't hear, there's some frustration, and we'll get to some of the frustrations around park partnerships and things like that. But in terms of permitting, which was the thing that got us started on this, folks who wanted to see changes, but also everybody acknowledging all of the different challenges that are out there. So I think that's important because that's a base on which to build and try to come up with solutions. And it sounds like you're looking at different things. One topic that came up early is the role of historic use. And you talked about it some. And I don't know if you heard the testimony, but we had some people here who feel like that's a very important criteria, allows for stability, totally necessary for them. Other people who are new players on the scene feel like that's a constraint on their ability to move forward. It's one of the factors that DPR looks at when they're trying to make a decision between competing applications. I'm assuming there's not a formula. I wonder how it figures into the deliberations where there's multiple requests for the same field. How much of it is art? How much of it is science?
So we pretty much follow the rubric or the order that I outlined, and historical use does become a factor when there's competing interest. And yes, I do hear you, that there are, let's just say for the sake of pickleball is new. And so, but if you have someone, because we do have tennis courts that have lined for pickleball, but would you then say the tennis club who's been meeting here for 30 years playing tennis is, they have to give over dibs to pickleball? And that's just an example, so that I'm not using the names of said organizations. But I think that, to your point, reward for good work is more work. And if an organization has been around, and they're serving young people in their communities, it's bigger than, let me use your field at the moment, because most of the time these coaches are become mentors, or they're embedded in the fabric of the community. They know the families, they know the historical context of the community. They're able to reach back and support. So it's bigger than just, especially organizations who are really committed to the community.
I hear you, but when you could, just an example from the table, and I don't want to put, I guess I'm going to put a pretty fine point on it, PPA and DC soccer. And so you might get an application from both of them for a field. And DC soccer, which my children played in when it had a different name, has been around for a long time. And PPA is a new kid on the block. And so PPA feels like this is real. How do I break in here? And how do you try to weigh that? I mean, those are two organizations that are pretty similar to each other, and you have to call balls and strikes, but how do you do it? I mean, what are the...
So I guess the question would be, just using that for an example, let's say both programs wanted to operate out of Hearst. So by your example, you have a historical program that's doing soccer at Hearst from 4 to 7, and you have a new program that wants to come to the same location and serve the same population to do soccer. So then the question would be, why does this organization not want to partner? Or what does this organization offer that's different? And what times could they use outside of what's already been there? So if you're using the field from 4 to 7 p.m. And you offer the same exact amenity, and you're a new organization and you want to offer, I'm not saying you can't, I just don't understand, because there are other fields that may not have any soccer programs at all, and we would welcome them to come to that a different part of the city.
Okay. I mean, and we did have a lot of conversation actually during the course of the day of trying to have programming in more parts of the city, expose more children to different kinds of sports. So I hear you on that. I think they are responding to a demand, and it creates a challenge. I don't think today is as much about putting things on the table as coming up with solutions. And so that was one of the things that came onto the table. A different thing, and you and I have spoken about this, is the fee structure. And on the one hand, the fee structure can be so low that folks reserve fields and don't use them. And that's terrible. And as you cited it, and I think I've said it to you, I support you on this, that the fees are below market rate. And so that's an issue, and I think we need to address it. On the other hand, we have groups that are out there that are serving low-income children, and we don't want to have a barrier to access for those kids and those leagues. How do you propose to deal with that?
So our fees are nominal, $7 per hour for our youth fields, for youth sports. Our fees are nominal, well below, not even market, but just our fees are more than accessible, which is why on one end you do have some bad actors. And the permits team has done a great job, and the community, of flagging those bad actors who monopolize the fields and don't use them. Even the basketball courts are $5 an hour. And so we're working, and we've identified, and so we'll just take them out of the equation altogether. And then we do have fee waivers. And some of the individuals from east of the river that testified, I think I saw Beacon House and Marshall Heights. Not only have we supported them through our Rec for All grant, we've also waived fees for facility use. I think the challenge is security is a must. And I'm sure you know, violence at youth sporting events has peaked nationally. And so unfortunately, we have to protect our residents and visitors at these events. DPR itself has increased security costs. From the first football game, we've had to increase our security by $17,000 a game. So it's very expensive to operate. In a perfect world, incidents wouldn't happen. But unfortunately, we've seen more incidents happening than we would like, and safety is our first priority. And for organizations that are not playing within the DPR structure, I think, as you heard, those organizations have their own league and are separate and apart completely from city activity. And so they're just renting the space as a private citizen. We don't have the ability to waive those fees.
Yeah, no, and this is a real challenge. And some of the discussion today was about DCPS fields and some of it was about DPR fields, but a theme was the security and maintenance costs, which have gone up a lot. And you can't pay them all out of your existing budget. You don't have the extra dollars sitting around. I do think that should be a question of how that gets paid, because for the kinds of the folks who are here testifying, if they have to pay $5,000 a game to have a game, it's not clear that's
So I don't think it's $5,000 a game. It may be $5,000 for the day.
That's right.
But those organizations also, and I'm not telling them how to run their organization, but they have the ability to charge an entry fee to kind of recoup those fees. I'm not getting into what ideas that they could do because they're not DPR. It's a totally separate league than DPR. So they're a private entity that's renting space. And I hear their concerns. I think that there are a lot of ideas for them to kind of solve for that, but I don't think that that really is a part of this. I think that this is outside of the scope. And I hear you, I see you thinking and brainstorming on how to solve for that because you don't want to limit youth participation, which none of us do. But I think that there's some opportunities there for them. And I would encourage them to, chart all and look at all opportunities to recoup those costs.
And this is an area that I'm going to want to be doing more thinking about. And it's not just about DPR, it's DCPS. It comes up in the DCPS setting with the out of school time programming. And that's your world. 10 years ago when I was doing park permitting, you were doing out of school time. And we want kids to be in those programs. So we don't want to create barriers to those programs by imposing security costs, yet you have to have security. Should we be thinking about a way to pay for security at DPR sites and at DCPS sites outside of the DPR and DCPS budgets, because we want those places to be open and available to the community more broadly, and we don't want security costs to be a barrier? That's the question, and that's a big budget question, and I'm not.
It is.
But I think it's the kind of thing we should be thinking about, because we want these kids engaged in constructive activity after school, and we should be doing, in my opinion, everything we can and not charging their parents $10 to see their kid play football. I mean, I hear you, maybe that could help, but I don't.
So I want to make sure that you understand what I'm saying. Okay. For DPR, we don't do that. Right on this day, we don't.
Right.
I can't speak for a private organization. And all I'm saying is for a private organization who may have some challenges, I'm saying that there are opportunities that a private organization may have to raise funds that we, the district, don't have. So again, I'm not telling them how to run their program. We support them. We purchased all of the various leagues we bought football equipment for. We've partnered with most of the organizations. Again, we've paid for travel, programming grants, and we encourage them, apply for the Rec for All grants to support with funding. When you talk about security and DPR, I'm going to always champion security at the recreation centers. Right? And so because we're looking all over at where and what is necessary and how we solve for that. We didn't move our cost that increased in $17,000. We didn't move that to the parents. We absorbed it.
No, I hear you. And that's for the DPR
Correct.
work that you're doing. And there's a difference between DPR programs and private programs.
Correct.
But they make up an ecosystem.
Yes.
And the private programs, often nonprofit programs, play a big role on the landscape. And I think that's healthy because they, and so then the question is, how do we keep the barriers to their successful operation down? A different theme that you will have heard over and over again, and it's largely not your responsibility, is maintenance.
Yes, I heard it.
And what do we, I have focused more, honestly, on maintenance at schools and school readiness. I had been thinking this year before I got this appointment that I would do park readiness tour of all the sites in Ward 3 in the same way that we do for the schools. And then this happened, and so didn't do it in quite that way. And I have to believe you would like to be able to be more nimble in terms of addressing maintenance requests. But what can we do? How do we get so we don't have to have a hearing where we hear a lot of people talking about maintenance requests that have been sitting out there for 6 months or longer?
So we work very well with our partner, our sister brother agency, DGS. You know, our assets are their assets. And so there is a priority to closing out the work orders throughout the city. Of course, the buildings, and I know now the biggest challenge is making sure our buildings are winterized and getting ready for the heat to come on while, you know, repairing what's necessary. I think we had to close today Lamont due to a water main break. Just varying issues that happen. And so DGS is responsive. Our buildings where the foot traffic is may get a different level of attention than a park. There's also timing on some of the fields when you can and cannot. I heard a conversation about Hearst, and you and I have been speaking about that. The field needs to go offline in order for all of these things. We do reseed, we do aerate. However, the community loves it and doesn't want to stay off of it. All of those things, but working with DGS, they've been extremely responsive. And we hear you. And if there's something that is, of course, safety is a number one priority. So if there's something where there's a major safety issue, please raise it to us.
Yeah, I mean, a safety issue, one of the things, and you and I have talked about this before, is the nets at both Guy Mason and at the Livingston Park Chevy Chase Rec Center, which it sits out there as somebody's going to get hit at some point, but we haven't been able to get that done for an awful long time. What's the impediment on that, which I do think has an element of a safety dimension to it? Particularly, I think the Guy Mason one, I don't think that the balls are likely to go, and I could be wrong on this, but where there's people frequently, but at Chevy Chase Rec Center, a slicing foul ball could go and could do damage. So how come we can't get that done?
I'll follow up with you on the status of those things. I know that we're in FY25 and there are a lot of things that are slated to be done. And so I'll follow up with you on where we are in that.
Okay, let's do that. And you brought up Hearst, so I'll go to Hearst as well. and you,
It was coming.
I was gonna save it for a little later, and I guess I'm, also the, the one that Mr. Goldman was talking about Randall, but at Hearst, the folks in the community, the way I haven't seen the proposed agreement. I guess I'd like to see the proposed agreement, but the way that it's described is it's a no strings attached. They want to invest. They think that they can.
The donation agreement.
Yeah, the donation.
Hearst.
Yeah.
I saw that, and we're working with our DGS partners. I did see that. Yeah.
I mean, is there hope that we can get those things and the same at Randall?
Randall is slightly different.
Okay.
So Hearst is a donation agreement.
Mm-hmm.
Randall is adopt a field.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't do an adopt a for our athletic assets. And if that information was communicated to anyone, there's an opportunity, and I'll gladly, I heard the invitation from Mr. Goldman to reach out to him. And I'm sure my team is working on that. But we don't do adopt agreements for our athletic assets. They're just too popular. Just based on the testimony today, and you've heard, we've had thousands of permits and thousands of people use our fields, not only, so 180,000 adults through the various adult leagues that permit our assets. 8,000 permits that are not DPR. And Randall being the only turf field in Ward 6, we don't do an adopt a for our athletic assets. So I will follow up with, and I hear Mr. Goldman and how Capitol Hill Little League is growing, and Capitol Hill Little League is growing. And as he mentioned, they're practicing at Fort Lincoln, and they're practicing in various other parts of the city and in the ward as well. So, yeah.
So help me understand this. You don't do adopt a fields, and this may go to something else that we've talked about, the proposal on the Fun Act. And is the concern around Randall that it's a contribution and that in exchange it provides some sort of exclusive use or some sort of guarantee of use?
There's some language there that leads towards exclusivity. There's some language there that gives Capitol Hill Little League authority over DPR, and and decision making. So there's some language there that does not align with the district. And I know that it's done with the best intent. I think, so Capitol Hill Little League already has 15 hours that they have, and because of historical use, that's likely to stay. The other things that, that they wanted, or we just don't do adopt a with our athletic fields. We just don't. This would have been the very first.
So it sounds like one that, we should have more communication with about, and they will be having more communication. I suppose, I think Mr. Goldman said we wouldn't be the only ones who benefit. There's the softball folks who would also benefit. And so then,
But we do adopt a parks for our triangle parks. We do the dog parks. We have the Friends of, which there was testimony from the Friends of. Those are different agreements. Those are usually agreements to care for parks that aren't heavily used. In traditional parks that are heavily used, there's not an adopt-a agreement. There's more of a donation agreement. No different than the Lafayette Tennis Association, who did the donation agreement to have the courts. Then, so it's two different vehicles that are used for our athletic assets versus our unmanned assets.
yeah, it's an interesting area. And again, it's one that I'm going to want to have more and more back and forth with you on. And a different dimension to it is, places where it's proposed to happen or where it, is happening. Turtle Park folks are putting money in and doing improvements. Fort Reno, I think you're going to hear more about that. First, Randall with Capitol Hill. It's places where there are people with means who are contributing and improving fields.
We love a donation agreement.
So then a donation agreement is when it becomes formalized and we're doing this in exchange for 20 hours a week, you have trouble. If they have historic use of 15 hours a week and they make a donation agreement and informally rely on the continuation of that historic use, that's less of an issue. Is that a fair characterization?
Well, I don't want it to sound like if you do this, then we'll do that. So when you have a donation agreement, it's saying I am donating this and I'm done, right? Now, I hear you. One may say, I donated this and I expect that. Then that's not a donation. So if you're making your one-time donation, you understand that it is for the benefit of the whole and not exclusive use. You understand that if you all have gotten together to make a donation, Friends of Stead, there was a generous donation that went towards Stead Park. There's there's no request for exclusivity. We made a generous, sizable donation to the recreation center that's in our community that everyone benefits from, versus if I donate this, it is my expectation that this happens. Those are two different things. And while it sounds great, to your point, and I'm glad you said it, these are organizations who have the means. But what about organizations in Ward 8 or Ward 7 and some parts of Ward 5 who don't have the means and have been using those same fields for years? Their fees are nominal to their organization and to the families. And then here comes an organization who does have the means, who now has exclusive use.
No, I hear you on that, and I think that's part of the challenge here. And the thing, when you say you love donation agreements, one reason you might love donation agreements is that it relieves pressure because work gets done through a donation agreement that you don't otherwise need to do, and then it frees up dollars that can be used in other places. So there can be indirect beneficiaries, and there has to be.
And everybody benefits.
And so the challenge, I think, for me is where lines get drawn, because I think we do want to encourage those kinds of agreements, and yet if there's nothing in it for the donee, then it's harder, or the donor. And so
it's not a donation though. Like when you go to, it's gala season. When you go to a gala, you scan the QR code and you give your donation, you don't expect anything in return.
Well, no, that's true, but use home run baseball as an example from the testimony earlier. They do a ton of maintaining the field and doing lots of positive work. I suppose that's just a donation. They don't say you need to promise me that we're going to be able to stay on this field. If they didn't think they were going to be able to stay on this field, it would be more challenging to get them to do that work, I think. But you're saying no, you want to just.
I'm saying no. I'm saying that there are people who really believe in their parks. There are people who really value the parks in their community, and they really want, they love the parks. And whether they're using, there are people who just enjoy watching children play in a park. You know? I mean, and I'm saying like I donated nets. I'm no longer playing baseball, but I enjoy watching the children play baseball because it brings me joy. It took me back to my favorite pastime.
Okay, so back to Hearst just for a minute, because I think Hearst is it, I think what they're looking for is a right of entry permit, but is that a right of entry permit in order to make the donation? Is that what's going on at the bottom of that?
I'm not sure, but I'll look into that. I'm not 100%. Let me see. That doesn't. Yeah, the Hearst, we need to work with DGS on the Hearst donation agreement. Because to make sure that it is exactly, it is something that is doable.
So, I mean, you know, you're gonna hear more from me on that one and this and the Randall one. I mean, if there's a structural thing around the Randall one that can allow the work to get done, I'll let you sort it out with them.
There was no work being done with Randall. So when you say the Randall one, there was no work being done.
I thought they talked about putting up a fence with the possibility.
They want to hang banners. They want to hang 10 banners.
But I thought he also said that there were standing by with tens of thousands of dollars of investment that they wanted to make to improve the field.
It's not in the adopt a park agreement. So maybe they're standing by, but they're just on standby. That has not been communicated to us. It hasn't been communicated to me. It hasn't been communicated when I asked the team. And I think that some of the communication started from what I got from the team was through Randall's capital improvement project. And there was conversation about that, but to my understanding, there's no agreement to do any, I haven't seen it.
Okay, so we'll follow up with each other on this. In that general area, but not right next door, one of the other things that folks talked about were fields at RFK that are not being used. Now, they're not in your control. It sounds like they're in Vents DC fields at RFK, but it has to break your heart to see fields that are, has there been any conversation about how we might go about lighting those, bringing those fields back into use to take pressure off of all the demands on your fields that exist now?
Which fields are you talking about?
So I think there's two rectangular fields. One is a turf field, and one of the witnesses testified that the turf is not in good condition and not sure that she would have her child play on it. Another was the DC United practice field that's a grass field that sounds like could be used. But in any case, both of the fields are sitting there not being used at the moment.
Okay, we'll look into it. I just wanted to, I heard the testimony, but I wasn't clear on exactly which fields that they were speaking.
So let's follow up on that, because to the extent that there may be low-hanging fruit of additional fields that could come into circulation, and again, you don't control them, but you have people knocking on your door every day saying, I want. And if there's something out there that you could use that could be helpful, I think you would want to. So it's a question.
If I'm not mistaken, they're NPS fields, if that's what you're talking about.
I think the way they were described, and let's both look into it, was that they were Events DC controlled it. Now, it might be that Events DC controls RFK generally, which is owned by NPS. So we could both be right. It could be sort of like Fort Reno, where Fort Reno's NPS, but these DPR manages.
We'll follow up with Events DC.
Okay, great. Let's do that. Have you been involved in this Aspen Institute study?
I have.
And the idea of an athletic council, do you have a reaction to that idea. I think there are things in DC statute already that include that are like that, but I don't think are being used. But what's your reaction to the idea of bringing stakeholders together in a formal, ongoing way to address these kinds of issues?
I love it. As a former athlete myself, I think it's important that we have different thoughts on how to serve. And the biggest challenge that I've seen, especially with youth, is once youth get to a certain age, if they haven't been introduced to sports earlier, then they lack the confidence to do anything. And so I think that there's room. I would also like to see a unified system where a touch point, one of the things that Mayor Bowser spoke about was how does families know what the access points are for whatever the sport is, whether it's baseball, gymnastics, ballet. Where would one hear about some of these organizations or some of these activities unless you're already in that or in a particular circle? So I do, DPR just launched we have a new deputy director for competitive and leisure activities, where our sports, health, fitness, and aquatics division now lives. And that is to amplify our sports. We have plenty of young people who matriculate through DPR and go on to do great things. And so how do we ensure that we're creating an avenue for us to be seen as a viable regional competitive resource for athletics?
So I think it may have been Mr. Solomon who raised the idea of a kind of directory of all of the different programs that could be out there. Is that a function that DPR is looking to try to fill?
We are looking at that to see how, he mentioned that Boston is doing it. We've looked at their site and how they have it. And again, I think any jurisdiction who serve young people would understand and can attest to it's so much, and how do you find it? And I'm sure you have people who walk up to you all the time and say, I didn't know that this existed. And so where's the repository? Whether it's operated through DPR, whether it's operated through DCPS, whether it's an after-school activity, what athletics or what opportunities are there for youth to touch whatever said sport? So I think it's a great idea. Also, Deputy Mayor Paul Kind commissioned a study a couple years ago on youth sports in the district. And we're using that to also form and shape how we grow sports in DPR.
Yeah, I did. And Deputy Mayor Kine submitted testimony in writing, which I really appreciate. And that report is an excellent report. I mean, I go to all the championships. I mean, I love it. And I track it in the paper, on, I think it's Thursdays that they show the rankings for football and basketball and sometimes soccer. And it is striking, like, we have a hard time fighting our way into those top 20 rankings.
That's right.
But we have great athletes. Like, why is it? And maybe it's partly about recruitment, but
then something interesting? You'll have a DC resident who will go to one of the great schools in the WCAC conference. And because that school is located in Virginia or located in Maryland, they may make it to the top 20 rankings, and it will say that that student is from Virginia and or Maryland.
no, I hear you, but you also have kids who who are really great athletes who choose a school because it's going to be in that top tier competitive.
Correct.
And they're going to be seen so that they have the opportunity to compete at a collegiate level. And they don't, we need to be doing better. And so
Absolutely.
that we're holding our talent. I mean, actually retaining our talent is a thing that we need to do in every realm. But high school sports is one of them. And so I thought Deputy Mayor Kynes' report focusing on that, I thought was really important. I think, and I'm sure, you know, there were themes that echo things that have been on your mind, but some of those numbers that Mr. Solomon cited about the percentages of kids and the percentages of kids with different backgrounds who are participating in sports. And Amir talking about his efforts to try to make sure that kids who aren't usually exposed to soccer get exposed to soccer. What are you trying to do in that space? I have to believe that it's a high priority for you, but what are the things, what are the tangible things that you're trying to do, and how could we as council help you?
So one of the things that we did last year, kudos to Director Hunter, who we had a women's sports administrator. And so we're growing the female athletics department within DPR, understanding that we can introduce, so we introduced lacrosse to the girls. We're introducing more sports other than gymnastics. I mean, we hosted a volleyball clinic last year. And so there's opportunities to grow our sports. We're grateful that Caden Lewis, who was a Trinidad rec baby, as we call them, rec babies, decided to announce where he was going to college from a rec center, because that's where he developed the love for the game, at a rec center. And so we see it, and I think the opportunity is endless. And we welcome any ideas that you may have to grow youth sports in the district, because it's going to take a lot for us to do. And I will also acknowledge the partnerships. I think, I know the Wizards just announced their district of play. And then the Commanders and MLS Go. So we served about 400, 500 youth through MLS Go, which is our DPR's soccer league. And so all of the professional sports teams in the city have been intentional in partnering with us for youth development, coaches clinics, even with uniform costs. So by the Washington Wizards providing uniforms, that helps, with defray cost, and then addition to refurbishing, committing to one court, one ward, that goes a long way.
Okay, back on permitting, and you talked about trying to make your permitting system that much more user-friendly. One of the things somebody raised was a system of notifications that the permitting window is opening. Is that on the horizon, or was that?
It's here. It exists. So it exists. We send notifications to families that our applications are open. We're now accepting. The window is open.
For programs, but I think what this person was saying was for leagues would want to apply to rent a field, does they get a notice the window is opening?
Yes.
And who does that go to? Does that go to anybody who's ever rented a field?
Correct.
Okay. A different thing that people talked about, and maybe this is a thing that you're doing, and this was a thing that we talked about 10 years ago when we did the last task force on this, was collecting rosters. So you know how many folks are, if a league is applying for permits, you have a sense of, well, they represent these many players and this many of them are from the District of Columbia. Do you request or require rosters from applicants for permits?
No. So we request, and it's all in good faith. We if an organization, because there's certain requirements, if you have under 50 or over 50, you're required to have an additional porta potty or porta john. And I know that can be a challenge for some organizations, not understanding why, but the building capacity changes when you have larger numbers, right? And so we don't require, because it's PII,
PII.
yeah, personally identifiable information. And when you're working with youth, especially, we wouldn't want to have Matthew Fruman, age 8, address, bop, bop, bop. You know, that's not something that we would want to retain. We operate off the good faith system. If you say you have 3 youth or 30 youth or 300, we expect that when you complete your permit, that you would honor that.
Okay, and when you get into a situation where you have 2 applicants for a permit and one of the factors is historic use, is another of the factors how many participants there are, but you just are relying on good faith for those numbers, or how do you account for that?
So when you permit a field, if you take out DPR, and let's just say you're renting a hall for an event. When you go rent the hall for the event, the owner of the space doesn't say, give me a list of everybody that's coming to your party. And so it's really no different when a private entity or organization rents, or because that's what the permitting of the field is, we're then not turning to them and saying, give me your roster so that I can verify and validate that who's coming says you're coming. And honestly, we don't have the manpower to do that. Nor, going back to the testimony, 8,000 permits in fall. Would I want 8,000 rosters? I think Capitol Hill Little League is up to 700, I heard, participants. So 700 participants storing that information where?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things a couple of the different leagues said was that I think Fairfax and Montgomery County do gather that kinds of information. Now, maybe that they feel like it's less sensitive than you would feel like it is. And the challenge is when you have to make decisions between players who are on the same tier, applicants who are in the same tier, how do you differentiate? And there was some testimony of people having a concern that it seems like the fields are going to folks who are from outside of DC. And how do we guard against that? It might be true, it might not be true, but how do we guard against the perception that my league lost out and didn't get this field? Whoever it is got the field. It seems like half the kids are coming from Maryland.
Yeah, I can't speak to that because that hasn't been my experience. And I know that Fairfax County and Montgomery County have a cost recovery model, and their fees are extremely high. So I'm not for certain that they collect anything other than money for those fees, but I can't speak to it.
What do you mean by a cost recovery model?
So cost recovery model is they use their fees to maintain their assets. And so where we charge $7 per hour, they may charge $400 per hour. Their budget may be $6 million, which is all personnel and then incidentals. And the rest comes from cost recovery. They use their rental fees to sustain their infrastructure. And so DC is an organization that does not have a cost recovery model, which our fees are nominal. But if you look at other jurisdictions, they have a cost recovery model.
Do you think we should be thinking about a cost recovery model?
if we had a cost recovery model going from $5 per hour to $350 per hour, I don't think that there would be enough chairs for the number of people that would testify to that. But against it. But so I'll leave that at that.
I mean, it's a challenge because maintenance is a thing that everybody talks about, and it is a challenge. You may have heard me say that DGS is going from being the biggest construction company to the biggest maintenance company, and it's giant.
Mhm.
All the schools, all the parks, and as hard as they try, I mean, unless they're fully budgeted to get that work done, they're always going to be behind, and we're always going to be dealing with it. And so how do we get to where the funding for maintenance guarantees that we're firing on all cylinders?
That's a so with more usage, and as you know, we're very popular. And so with more usage comes more maintenance. The more you use a space and a place, the more you have to replace it. I want to go back to your question about the rosters, because there is a different fee for non-res and residents. And if we believe that organizations are not operating off good faith and saying that it's a district resident entity and not, we do reserve the right to audit the rosters and then change the fee structure and deny permit if we believe that they secured permits under false pretenses. So I don't want you to think that there's not a mechanism to ensuring that DC residents get first right of refusal.
Okay, so and it's not going to be an invitation to filibuster for the next 12 minutes, but I'll make a hard promise that we'll finish by 6 o'clock. And I really appreciate your time and attention. One of the things you talked about, the porta potties, and we did have different people testify, and I have heard about concerns about bathrooms being locked. And so I understand having porta potties, requiring porta potties when you get above a certain number, but shouldn't the bathrooms also still be open and accessible?
The bathrooms should be open and they better be open and accessible. We are a public building and we don't deny access to anyone. We can deal with imperfections on the back end, but we do not deny residents access. I know that sometimes during camp seasons, when the census in the building is high, especially with young people, staff are a little more guarded as to entry into the building, but bathrooms are always open and accessible.
Okay, so that is great to hear. And I think it may be that there needs to be clarity with staff in some settings, but
I think that was a one-off with that particular, I'm familiar with that situation, but that was a one-off, and that is and
been addressed.
It was addressed 6 months ago when it happened.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that. So I'm going to just review what the things that are on my mind coming out of this. And maybe if you have things that you want us to be thinking about and looking at, I'll invite you to come at it. I do think security and maintenance, and this isn't just about you, but it's about DCPS also. I want to be thinking about how do we get that paid for without imposing it, creating a barrier to things we want to happen. So, there's cigarette taxes because we don't want people to smoke, but taxes on having a sports league, I don't want to have that. So I want to figure out a way that we can deal with that. The whole donation agreement, adopt a park, there's Hearst and there's Randall, and I hope.
Two different things, though.
Right, but both of them are things that I heard about today and that I'm gonna hope can get resolved on time for investments that can be made on terms that you find work. And
Okay.
so on Hearst, I know it sounds like Hearst might be the easier one. I'm gonna, but we want to be able to get that done so that planning can happen, so that whatever planting happens can happen on time this year. So that's another.
So I just want you to know the donation agreement doesn't preclude the work from happening.
Sorry.
It doesn't preclude the work from happening.
If they didn't have a donation agreement. Well, this is the right of entry, I think.
Of the right of entry,
I
okay,
think they need the right to get to.
which is a DGS thing. I'll follow up with DGS. I'll follow up.
Follow up and see if we can't get that solved because, the athletic council, I want to keep. That would be a thing I think that would have to be created by legislation. And let's keep talking about that. Let's see what happens. Or you don't think so?
No, I don't think it has to be legislation. I think that there are bodies of professionals who exist in the sports world and are just finding ways, avenues, pathways to convene and to solve for situations that affect youth and families who are trying to enter into sports. And I don't think it's anything that needs to be legislated. These convenings will happen whether government is at the table or not. So I just want us to, be thoughtful that we don't have to own it for it to exist. And, I just want us to keep that in mind.
But if you had a venue where key stakeholders were gathered, you would want I would think you would want it and the people in it to be empowered to make a difference as opposed to, so if it was not connected to you, for example, then it could just be people talking to each other over here, but what impact do they have on what you do? So maybe it doesn't have to be legislated, but let's see what comes.
So I definitely think that DPR should have a seat at the table as well as council. As a matter of fact, I know Councilmember McDuffie's office is a part of the Aspen study. So there is thought partners from the leaders in this space from DCPS, the Office of Out of School Time, the DME's office, as well as DPR and other stakeholders. I just don't believe that it has to be legislated to happen. But I welcome anything that says that this should happen as well. I think that's a great idea.
Okay, so well, let's keep that conversation going. One of the things, towards the end, we had a fair amount of testimony about Lafayette Pointer Park. And I wasn't at the meeting. I don't know if you personally were at the meeting. What is happening there? Because it's now in my world in a way that it wasn't a few days ago, but where are we on that project?
I'll follow up with you on that.
Okay. And related to it is, and I guess this will be last for me, and is this whole turf versus grass issue. And there's a lot out there on that. And I do think that we as a council need to gather information on this and see if there are policies that we should be suggesting. But how do you think we should be grappling with the turf versus grass issue? And how do we get to a place where people, if there's turf, they have higher levels of confidence than they do now? Or maybe there shouldn't be turf, but what are the implications in terms of maintenance? I suspect that you'll want to punt on this, but I do want to put a pin in it that this is a thing that we're all dealing with now and that we need to focus on to try to come up with guidelines.
What I will say is, I am proud of the work that the district has done, especially in investigating, inventorying, and ensuring that whatever our fields are, it is in the best interest of the whole. And I think, well, I know with Director Hunter at the helm of DGS coming from DPR, he gets it. And we're making informed decisions about what is best. Yes, there's a personal preference from the public, and believe it or not, it is geographical. Because in some parts of the city, they want grass. In other parts of the city, they want turf. And what's the happy medium? Understanding, going back to your beautiful Hearst, how it looks when it doesn't look its best. What could solve for that? Will reseeding, grassing, irrigating, aerating, irrigating, all of those things, will it give you what you want, understanding it is a heavy use facility? Those are questions that we'll answer at another time.
All right, with that, we'll answer them at another time. And the other thing that I think is gonna be out there is how do we successfully deal with maintenance? I mean, I think that you will always, everyone will face criticism around maintenance because things take a while and sometimes you have to order things and there is a lot that has to be done. But I'm hoping that all of the testimony on the subject and the raising of the profile of it can help us to get to where we're investing in maintenance and preventative maintenance in a way that comes, in my opinion, closer to what's required in order to have great facilities that last. So on that note, I'm gonna call it a day and gavel us out. It is 5.
Are you gonna let me thank my staff?
Oh, I guess so. Is there anything else that you would like to say, Director Friedman?
Yes, congratulations on your very first hearing. Happy to be a part of this with you. Thank you for taking the time to hear the community's concerns on our assets, and we appreciate all, and we've heard all that was said, and we'll follow up appropriately. I would like to thank the team at DPR who worked tirelessly to ensure that our community needs are met. The executive team, Hannah Baker, Danielle Evenou, who you have been in constant contact with, Gina Toppin, Ashley Williams, our new Deputy Director of Community Competitive and Leisure Activities, Hakeem Rogers, Marcus Coates, Deputy Director of Recreation Services. You've visited many of his rec centers. You can follow up, and James Washington, Amy Kaspari, and the rest of the team who makes the magic happen. And so we're just excited. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And so for anyone who was unable to testify today, written testimony is encouraged and will be made part of the official record. Anyone who is interested may submit testimony to our subcommittee by emailing jdweck, jdweck at dccouncil.gov. The record for this roundtable will close on Wednesday, November 20th, 2024 at 5 p.m. With that, the business before the subcommittee being concluded, the time is now 6 p.m. and this roundtable is adjourned.
Good job. Good job.